The more Ethan Klein drama. I mean, you can call it drama if you want to. It's more of a funny thing that I saw that I think would be hilarious to watch. It was basically this. Hold on. Because it is embarrassing. He should be embarrassed. Ethan Klein caught zooming in on a picture of Anissa, taking a screenshot of her and saving it while in the middle of a poker tournament. This freak is medically unwell. Like, and I saw this, I was like, no shot, right? But I want you to watch. It's crazy. Okay, just watch this.
Congratulations to the Ecklers.
We're ready for
Expected
either
baby
one.
number one.
Oh, everything's neutral.
Yeah.
Got both names ready. Yep.
Like, dog, you're at a poker tournament. You can't even put your hate down for like 10 seconds. He's literally sitting at a poker tournament with $149,000 on the line. And he's scrolling through the iDubbbz hate subreddit. I miss the old iDubbbz. Screenshotting pictures of Anissa.
Congratulations to the
Like, is he not embarrassed?
baby number one.
Oh, everything's neutral.
Yeah.
Got both names ready.
This is embarrassing.
Yep. Yeah.
Because I don't know who this guy is, but he's dripped out. But like, it's crazy.
We're ready for
Expected
either
baby
one.
number one.
Oh, everything's neutral.
Yeah.
Got both names ready.
What is he saving that for? I assume that he's saving it to post an Instagram story about it or like talk about it on stream later. That's me giving him the benefit of the doubt. And even that's still a weirdo behavior. You know what I mean? It's like going to like family bowling and be like, no, you don't understand. I have to watch this Hassan hate video right real quick. You know what I mean? No, you don't get it. I have to see what's going on. Like, that's me being charitable to him, giving him the benefit of the doubt, right? Like, I could be uncharitable to him and say that he's like, you know, a weirdo in a different way, right? But like, I'm gonna assume that he's just like getting his fix of like iDubbbz hate while sitting at a poker table with hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line. LSF is coping so hard. Well, first of all, don't scroll LSF. I haven't thought about LSF in years. But of course they are. Because they do the same thing. They're like, what's wrong with that? When I scroll on my, during my family reunion, at Hassan hate videos, that's okay. So like they put themselves in Ethan Klein's perspective, you know, in his shoes. LSF fell off hard. They did fall off hard. Replace LSF with threads. True. Even the best league's a weirdo. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, why? Anyway, like, still, I said this before, I'll say it again. Take solace in knowing that, like, Ethan Klein does suck, but the person's life that he ruined the most is actually not Caseytron, it's not Frogan, and it's not Dems. It's his own life. That is the life that Ethan Klein has ruined the most. And maybe that is a slight light, right, in the sea of darkness that he causes. So take solace in that. So when something like this happens, realize that, like, he's thinking about this more than like the rest of us are. This is his life now. You know what I mean? This is what he like. This is the totality of his like impact on the world. To the tune of like he can't enjoy anything without it being like, iDubbbz. And maybe he deserves that, honestly. Anyway, so that's that. Just a little taste before we get into the actual crazy stuff I want to talk about today. It's in the title. I want to talk about the Chris Small stuff a little bit. I want to talk about ContraPoints because I didn't see it. I haven't seen any of the clips. I've literally not watched any of the clips. Because even when I'm out with my family, I'm not going to be like, what is this ContraPoints clip about? You know what I mean? So I haven't seen any of the clips. I just saw that Brianna Joy Gray did talk to ContraPoints. And apparently ContraPoints is responding. I saw that in my Discord. So just because I'm curious, we'll take a little look-sees. He's been crashing out. Yeah. And to be fair, I saw someone else in my Discord say this, where like at a certain point it does feel like, everybody's dunking on a trans woman, which I do understand. And I do get that. Right? But my concern is, why did she even do it in the first place? She's going on like a press tour. Like re-involving herself in the political sphere instead of just like making video essays. Am I confused about that? Like, I thought she was a video essayist. I thought she just made video essays. Why is she like going on a very clearly anti-electoralist, like black leftist broadcast called the Bad Faith Podcast? Why is she doing that? I don't get it. I don't understand. And so like, that's why I made my tweet like a few weeks ago. I was like, does she just unthaw every now and then to be like, I'm gonna go dunk on the leftist and then just, freeze again for the next, like, hibernate again for the next time that happens? And so it is very strange. Yeah, it's a very strange thing, right? But I do understand, like, I do think to a certain extent, like, white, cis, able-bodied, male leftists will like jump on. Why is India Love in this turn? I'm so sorry. I got distracted. Why is India Love in this poker tournament? Does India Love play poker, bro? Ray J was there too. That makes sense. Ray J's bad with money. And like, Ray J got nothing going on. You know what I mean? Like, Ray J literally has nothing going on. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Here, enjoy this one more time.
That's exciting.
Congratulations to the Ecklers.
We're ready for
Expected
either
baby
one.
number one.
Everything's neutral. Yeah. Got both names ready. Yep. Yep.
That's exciting.
Congratulations to the Ecklers.
We're ready for
Expected
either
baby
one.
number one.
Everything's neutral. Yeah. Got both names ready. Yep. Yep.
That's exciting.
Congratulations to the Ecklers.
We're ready for
Expected
either
baby
one.
number one.
Everything's neutral. Yeah. Got both names ready. Yep. Yep.
Wait, hold on. Give me 1 second.
That's exciting.
Congratulations to the Ecklers.
We're ready for
Expected
either
baby
one.
number one.
Everything's neutral. Yeah. Got both names ready.
I got something for Nyx. Hold on.
Congratulations to the Ecklers.
We're ready for
Expected
either
baby
one.
number one.
Everything's neutral. Yeah. Got both names ready. Yep. Yep.
That's so cool. That's exciting.
Congratulations to the Ecklers.
We're ready for
Expected
either
baby
one.
number one.
Everything's neutral. Yeah. Got both names ready. Yep. Yep.
That's ex-
Sorry, I was looking for Nyx's vaccination records. Hold on. We can start with the Oh, there is also a clip that's going viral about Hassan and Graham Plattner. I don't know if y'all saw it. But
Is there something else
here.
that I'm missing here that's your critique of the left?
My frustration with the left is more that when it comes time to actually elect, the energy is so oppositional.
Let's talk
Plausible
about
action to get-
leverage.
Yeah. Okay.
Do I have more leverage against Kamala Harris before she's elected or once she's president for 4 years?
Protest voters are sort of unwinnable, are sort of like never happy, right? Whereas there are like centrist median voters that are more winnable. And
How has
so
that
the
been
strategy,
panning out?
and if the Democrats pivot to the far left, that there's this like available
The far
voter
left?
base. Well, by
Is not
Democratic Party
supporting a
standards.
genocide as
by
far
Democratic, by Democratic Party standards.
Well,
I
isn't
mean,
that quite the admission?
Okay, I mean, so I joke about like how we would vote for Satan to stop Donald Trump. There probably is a line. I've yet not found it yet of like what like moral depth to which I would stoop to stop Donald Trump.
So
It's
what
pretty
does that
low.
mean?
Yeah.
So I'm here with Natalie Wynn, aka ContraPoints, who is one of the biggest and most prolific and I think most efficacious video essayists on the left in BreadTube. I don't know if you embrace that term, but it's really
condemn
nice to
it.
be. You condemn the term BreadTube. Why is that?
Well, I had never thought it made any sense. Like, I mean, the phrase "breadtube" is a reference to the conquest of bread, an anarchist book. I'm not an anarchist. I don't know why this like framing has been imposed on, but you know, it is what it is. You don't get to choose these things.
How do you identify politically?
I identify as like a left liberal at this stage, is how I would describe myself. I would say that I'm aligned with like the left wing of the Democratic Party, like AOC kind of politics.
Well, AOC, at least at one point in her life, self-described as a socialist or a democratic socialist. At
That's
least,
right.
did she not?
Yes, that's right.
Would you define yourself that way as well?
I think I would at one time also have. I think now I would say I'm probably more of a social democrat. But for me, my attitude towards politics is very not well, it's very non-philosophical in a way, because I feel that I react to the situation that I'm in. So I think that, am I a social democrat in the sense that I think capitalism is like this amazing system? Like, no, not really. I just think that social democracy is like the most plausible path to improving what we have. If I like found myself in, I don't know, a Stalinist country, I probably would not be advocating capitalist revolution. I would be advocating like, well, I don't know, some kind of like dangest reforms or something.
So, I mean, from my perspective, as someone who's obviously been a witness to some of the backlash and at least your career over the last, 5 or 6 years when I've been more plugged into the online left.
Sorry, I can't. I'm back. What I was saying before this. Anyway, this is the conversation. Oh God, there's a more perfect union video on Grand Platinum. They're trying to pull me back in, chat. I'm telling you, they're trying to pull me back in. She's always lame. I'm not gonna apologize for putting other purple LED lights into our runtime where people that people hook like candy. I mean, it was at the time where like long videos did well on YouTube. They don't really do as well anymore. But people kind of like, especially during COVID, like to have something to watch, and it felt like they were engaging with people. You know what I mean? He played his video from 03 yelling at Bush and Collins. No. I think I saw somebody say it. I just haven't seen the video. Yeah, when I end the stream, I don't necessarily spend my time going off and looking for Grand Platinum videos, I know it sounds crazy. Might not believe me, but I do not. I do things like spend time with my family and stuff.
It does feel sometimes like some of the pushback you get.
I think we'll talk about Grand Platinum a little bit today, just because I think it kind of ties into the wider Chris Smalls conversation a little bit. I'm trying to figure out because this is a long video. I might want to start with the Chris Smalls video. Or not video, Chris Smalls discourse. I want to put something on while I tried to find Nix's vaccination records. Probably will never be discarded, but Chris will. Yeah, I have a few things saved. So here, we'll start with this. Basically, the Chris Smalls conversation all started with Chris Smalls being arrested outside of the Met Gala. I don't know if y'all have seen that video.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Too high to reply, just subscribed.
Here. Too high to reply, thank you for the 5 months. Much appreciated. Chris Smalls, the founder of the Amazon Labor Union, was reportedly arrested outside the Met Gala yesterday. An activist protesting gala sponsorship of Amazon founder Jeff Bezos was wrestled to the ground and taken away by police officers. Observers have said the arrestee was Smalls. Activists cited concerns over worker exploitation at Amazon warehouses, have accused Bezos of art washing his record by sponsoring the annual fashion show. The New York Police Department confirms to the Independent that the 37-year-old man was taken into custody with charges pending.
What's that man in? What's the old man in her
celebrity should have booked it at the Met. Yeah, but they're not doing that. Let's be entirely real and honest. But that's kind of what started this entire discourse, right? And protests outside the Met Gala are not new things, right? You might have remembered a few years ago where AOC was criticized for attending the Met Gala, but she wore like a tax the rich dress, right? It became like a meme. Right? She wore like a tax the rich dress. And so this got a lot of it wasn't last year, was it? Am I tripping? Was it last year? No. Yeah, it was 2021. Okay, I'm not tripping. It was 2021. Hold on. Watch this again.
Now, what's that man named Phil Man? It's an old man named Phil Man. The black one? Yeah, the black man. I don't know his name. I know him. Now, what's that man named Phil Man? It's an old man named Phil Man. The black one? Yeah, the black man. I don't know his name. I know him. Now, what's that man named Phil Man? It's an old man named Phil Man. The black one? Yeah, the black man. I don't know his name. I know him. Now, what's that man named Phil Man? It's an old man named Phil Man. The black one? Yeah, the black man. I don't know his name. I know him. Now, what's that man named Phil Man? It's an old man named Phil Man. The black one? Yeah, the black man. I don't know his name. I know him. Now, what's that man named Phil Man? It's an old man named Phil Man. The black one? Yeah, the black man. I don't know his name. I know him. Now, what's that man named Phil Man? It's an old man named Phil Man. The black one? Yeah, the black man. I don't know his name. I know him. Now, what's that man named Phil Man? It's an old man named Phil Man. The black one? Yeah, the black man. I don't know his name. I know him.
I'm back. So basically, this is what kind of was the catalyst for this discussion. So he got arrested for being at the Met Gala. And this was followed by, hold on. By this tweet from Jessica Burbank. So subsequently following this was a few days ago. Jessica Burbick said, "A big thank you to AOC and our team who helped locate where Chris Smalls was being detained this morning. It means a lot to have members of Congress spring into action and support this with this in a moment's notice." Then Chris Smalls then responded and said, "That's cap. My team found me. Definitely don't want to give that credit to AOC. Haven't heard from her in 4 years since we unionized." And then Jessica Burbank then said, "I'm going to reach out to AOC personally to help locate you. I put her staff in touch with your lawyer. Maybe you could ask your lawyer before posting or called." This is weird to me because, like, he was arrested. Like, it's his lawyer. Like, this is such a weird thing. And then you look at the messages, and it's like, "So is AOC's staffer not helpful? I'm confused at why Chris is upset." And then she says, "Is someone upset? I hadn't heard that Chris was upset. Everyone was helpful. He got out quickly," right? That's not like a smoking gun of like the lawyer being like, "Yeah, AOC was the bestest of them all," or whatever. It's like, yeah, no, like everybody was helpful. It was like a helpful endeavor from everybody, and we're all grateful, kind of thing, right? It's like that's just like a weird thing to try to dunk on Chris Smalls for, where he was like, "No, my team helped find me," right? Like, I don't want to give that credit to AOC. I haven't heard from her in 4 years since we unionized, right? And I think that's like, is that like a petty? I mean, you can say that this is petty, but I think this is relatively fair. Like, this tweet was not like, "Shout out to Chris Smalls' team," or "Shout out to Chris Smalls' lawyer." This was, "Shout out to AOC and her team for helping locate Chris Smalls and basically getting him out." Like, I can understand why the guy who was arrested is like, "Whoa, hold on for a second. Like, hold on." Like, AOC did not like get me out. She did not like personally like march down to the precinct and was like, "Yeah, get Chris Smalls out," or something. Like, so like I don't think Jessica is like wrong to like make this tweet per se, but I think Chris Smalls is well within his right to be like, "No, I don't want AOC to get the credit for this. My team helped with this," right? And then she was like, "Why didn't you actually talk to your lawyer before actually saying this?" And the lawyer's post is just like, "Everybody was helpful." Like, what? That's just it's such a weird thing. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what the dunk was supposed to be. Like, to like defend AOC's honor that she was actually helpful to the guy who was arrested. Like, I don't. It seems like strange to like leak the text messages to be like, to try to prove Chris Smalls wrong, that AOC was helpful, which is like, he didn't even say AOC wasn't helpful. He was just like, "I don't want AOC to get the credit. It was my team, right, that helped." AOC hasn't like reached out, or he hasn't heard from AOC in 4 years, right? So it would make sense for him to like not want AOC to be like plastered as like the savior of him, right? As like the Harriet Tubman saving Chris Smalls from the Meanie Bobini prison system, when like he doesn't feel like AOC was like helpful in that regard. Trying about AOC, see Chris Smalls' response, think Chris is ungrateful. Yeah, it's just so strange, right? Because like, I would understand doing this to like a random person. If a random person replied to her and was like, "AOC definitely didn't help," right? To be like, "Well, this is what his lawyer said," right? But like, you're saying that to the guy who got arrested, like quoting his lawyer back to him. That's weird. That's a weird thing to do. Like, it's like, I don't know. That's strange. That's not even where the story ends, because after this tweet, this person said, why would AOC reach out to you? You were sued out of the ALU leadership years ago. You're a celebrity activist. That's great, but AOC doesn't need to kiss your feet, right? Like what are we talking about here? You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing? Then Chris Smalls replied saying, I'm just a fired Amazon worker, bro. Secondly, you're wrong. I never ran for re-election because I didn't want to swing for elections didn't help bring Amazon to the table. Stop believing clickbait, maybe. Lastly, I don't give about a politician, not my savior. I don't care about saviors. I just like it when people trash the few pro-labor politicians we have, especially over personal grievances. I'll ask you again, why would AOC reach out to you? Because I can't see any reason that she should. Like what are we talking about? Does AOC even have this beef with Chris? Who these people starting to? I don't know. Like I think Chris Smalls is, I think, rightfully upset by a leftist politician being so closely aligned with the establishment, and for other reasons, right? But not being as community focused as they probably should be. Does that make sense? I think Chris Smalls has reason to not like AOC, because he feels like AOC has abandoned the labor movement to a certain extent, right? But everybody who's responding to Chris Smalls is you must pledge your fealty to AOC the Great. You know what I mean? And if you don't pledge your fealty to AOC the Great, then you're worthless to the movement. It's just such a weird, it's such a weird situation. And then, Chris Smalls responded with FAOC, how about that, right? Which, this is definitely an escalation, but it's out of frustration by the way that people react and behave, which is kind of the way that I talk about the Graham Plattner stands, right? Or the way that people stand any politician, right? Is that they make it worse for their own politicians. Right? Because again, this guy is a random dude who just came out swinging at Chris Smalls for some reason, right? They're calling him a celebrity activist, right? Discounting his work, and he just keeps going on and doing this as well. But and we'll get into a few more of it later on. But it's just it's just weird. I think it's weird to just immediately give credit to AOC for this specifically. But I get why, because you want more members of Congress to do stuff like that and try to be helpful. I understand why Jessica did this, right? But the way it kind of reads is you're using this black man as a political prop, right? It's you're using this black man's arrest as a prop to prop up AOC. And I think he has a right to feel some type of way about that. I do. I think he has a right to not want to be used in that way. So he came and wanted to correct the record and be hey, don't use me as this political prop to prop up AOC. Please don't do that. And then he's getting clowned on and chastised by being how dare you not show support to AOC? How dare you? It's beyond that, though. She also wants credit for pulling in AOC. I think that may be a part of it, too. There's been acting like this since Taylor Rins put out that story about supposed leftist creators getting paid by some more. Yeah, the core story. That was weird, but I think Jessica's fine. I like Jessica. Right? But I think that Chris Smalls was well within his right to do this in this way. I don't think Jessica is malicious in the same way that this guy is. You know what I mean? I think she wants to encourage other politicians to get involved with on the ground activists. And she was using this as a situation to be see guys, AOC got involved and we need to clap for AOC because she got involved in this dynamic. other Congress people should do the same thing, right? But the unintentional effect of that is Chris Smalls is being weaponized as a pawn in that dynamic. Like, it's not about Chris Smalls being arrested. It has become a secondary story, right? That only matters in insofar as it is used to bolster AOC's presence. And that's weird and kind of gross. I think Chris Smalls is fair to feel some type of way about that. But when he spoke out about that, you see white leftists come out of the woodwork and be like, oh, why are you not, like, black people, you have a role to play in this movement. And your role is to just be the victim so that when we save you, it makes us look good. And Chris Smalls was like, well, no, I don't want my saving the credit to go to you. Like, because you didn't do anything. And then the white leftists are like, how dare you? Your job is to be saved by me so that I feel better about myself. And they're just mad that Chris Smalls is not playing the role that black men are supposed to play in this movement. Like, black people in general are supposed to play in this movement, right? Because they don't care about actual, like, black bodies. They care about black bodies insofar as they can, like, step in and be the savior of them, right? This is the white saviorism complex. That's what it is. And so I replied, with this. I said, my addition to this discourse is that y'all gotta drop this celebrity politician stan culture. People are allowed to critique elected officials. And I said, honestly, y'all are worse than K-pop stans at this point. Which is true. And then I had someone else reply to me as well. There was like, genuinely, what was the actual critique that of her at genuinely what's the actual critique of her this time? Right? And then so it seems like Chris Smalls said that she didn't actually play the role in his release, and some weirdo just wanted to post a relevant screen cap showing that they had another someone on their staff and sent them a text, but she's an opportunistic freak. That doesn't answer what AOC did wrong this time, right? And so I responded to this and I said, I feel like I'm being gaslit by this exchange. Jessica claimed AOC helped get Chris out. Chris denied that, and then random AOC stan came swinging from the top rope, throwing shots completely unrelated. And people are acting like Chris is too meanie bobini to organize with. My point is that the way y'all act about these politicians is weird stan culture behavior. The fact that Twitter posters have more smoke for Chris Smalls than they have for the actual fact that he was arrested is telling. People cannot like your phase, and that doesn't make them public enemy number one. And honestly, we can get into how categorizing Chris as a bully is microaggressive AF. From everything that I've seen, the man is he's an impassioned activist who cares about the things that he advocates for. But white people get to be passionate, black people are aggressive, right? And that's kind of what the conversation is. Because I saw this other post. This was the post. Where it's like Chris Smalls is someone to pay no mind to. Like, based on like what? And then People's City Council said, hopping in to disparage a guy that got arrested for protesting Bezos. Usually only see you on a timeline where you're complaining about having to see poor people in your city. Right? And then, where's it at? The person says, I mean, being detained after participating in the Gaza flotilla is pretty brave. No disagreement here. He's done a lot of important work, but he's now a bully who's most committed to his personal brand. Like, based on what? Is AOC not? Like, genuinely speaking. I'm not saying that you have to like or love Chris Smalls or whatever, right? Because from what I've seen, that there are people who are like Amazon employees that have like beef with the way that he ran the union. And that's fine. Like, you can disagree with the union leadership, right? That doesn't make him like a grifter. And people are calling him like a grifter or whatever. Like what are we talking about? Like, I don't even dislike AOC. I like AOC. I'm sorry, Chris Smalls is a more starting activist for what he believes in than AOC is. You can't like stand AOC, but then be like, Chris Smalls doesn't believe anything. He's on the ground. He's an on the ground activist. Like he's joining like the Gaza flotilla. He's being arrested and detained and abused, right? In Israeli prisons, right? He's joining the Cuba flotillas, right? Delivering aid to Cuba. He's being arrested on the ground. He's an on the ground activist. He stands for things. So, I mean, like, yeah, he's committed to his personal brand in the same way that every activist is, which is that they just do things that they feel are important. And they get people to follow them, right? Was Martin Luther King just a bully who was too committed to his personal brand? To be fair, that's exactly what people said about Martin Luther King as well. And Malcolm X. And Huey P. Newton. They said that they were trying to be celebrities. This was like verbatim, like stolen out of the line of white people during the civil rights movement. And so that's just it's so silly. I'm not siding with the police state. He's just a bully. Like, based on what? Like, I want to know. Like, based on what? I think, I mean, I want to know what they are going to say. But it's such a frustrating conversation because it's like, this whole situation is giving shut up and dribble vibe. I mean, yes, it is literally that. It's, as a black activist, your job is to be a victim. As a black activist, your role is to just be abused by the police so that some white person can come in and save you, right? Or somebody who's stand by white people can come in and save you. That's it. That's the only role you have in the movement. You can't stand for anything. You can't actually believe anything. You can't actually, like, go out and try to change things yourself. Your job is to be beat up by the police so that it's captured on camera so that the elected officials can come in and be like, I'll save you. And that's it. Funnily enough, that's exactly what both sides Tyler said about protests. This is the way that a lot of people talk about the civil rights protests. They said the only reason why it was effective is because like preppy, like middle class, well-dressed black people were getting beat up and brutalized by the police bloody. And that was like screenshotted, right? And photographed and put on the nightly news. And then white people were like, oh, that's super sad and stuff. Maybe I do care about black rights. And then the white people got on board and then things changed, right? That's literally how, like, both sides Tyler and a bunch of other people talk about the civil rights movement. It's not that black people have any agency of their own. It's not that black people actually are a, like, driving force behind these movements. Is that the only usefulness behind black people in these movements is for them to die, basically. Chris Smalls, to people like this, is only useful so long as he dies. Right? If he gets beat up by the police, that's good. If he gets brutalized by the police, that's good. Because that lets AOC come in and be like, I saved you, Chris Smalls. And the funniest part is that AOC's not even saying any of this. This is the way that her stands are operating. But people act like, why do people not like AOC? It's because of the way y'all act. It was not even involved. Yeah. And like, because the way y'all act. You're defending her, like, based on nothing. She hasn't said anything. And she's like super online. But again, these people have more smoke for Chris Smalls, not like, I don't know, co-signing AOC, not thanking AOC and being like ungrateful, than they do about the fact that Chris Smalls got arrested and detained and abused in an Israeli prison. You know what I mean? Here's a few more. Excuse me. From the local angry black man. Tweets like this are why like this is why people don't the DSA. Y'all love to try to bully people who don't worship your political deities, yet you politically infantilize politicians' worship. Yet you're politically infantile. I can't read. Politically infantile politician worship is the reason why y'all are so constantly thrown to the wind, like the political chums you are. Right? And this person said, Chris Smalls truly represents the worst of us, and has from day one. The fact that he's crashing out on AOC and the people are siding with him speaks to a broad immaturity of our left labor movement. I hope that people reflect on why they're falling for his very obvious grift. Freedom-loving socialists. Like, Chris Smalls objectively has helped thousands of people with other people's beefs. They're criticizing him having done the bare minimum of at least volunteering. I think that there are criticisms that you can have of Chris Smalls. Like, you can just say that, like, if you were like, I don't think Chris Smalls was a good labor leader, whatever. Sure. Now, do they have the same beef when it comes to, like, Sean Fain? You know? Or not Sean Fain, like, what's the other Sean? To be fair, I don't think Sean Fain is the greatest labor leader either, to be entirely fair. Teamsters. The Teamsters guy. That's Sean. I think Chris Smalls was screwed from the start in our system. Sean Fain. No, Sean Fain is not Teamsters. Sean Fain is the UAW. I can look it up. I want to say Sean O'Brien. O'Brien, that's what I thought. I didn't want to say it and be wrong though. Who definitely criticized O'Brien. But like, I mean, they criticize O'Brien for like, in certain instances, but like, he's not like thrown at, like, he's not called a grifter to be entirely fair. You know what I mean? In the same way, like I don't know why like Chris Smalls is like called a grifter. Like, what is the grift? Because like, I'm sorry, you take freaking Sean Fain, who's leader of the UAW. Like, he's not on the ground protesting Palestine. You feel me? He's not getting detained in Israeli prison and abused in an Israeli prison. He's not going to Cuba to deliver aid. So I don't know where this grifter conversation is coming from, except that he's not like glazing AOC. You beat up in an Israeli prison. I can't call you a grifter. It's so weird. So, like, I beat up on the IDF. I think he has a lot more to say. And these things than most leftists. Yet, like, people are so quick to call him a bully and a grifter. You know what I mean? DSA never learns. And the funniest part is the DSA was literally complaining about not having a lot of black membership like a week ago. We literally covered it a week ago. Like, why does the DSA not have a lot of black membership? The DSA had like 4% national black membership. And we wonder why. When like you don't like glaze their favorite politician, you are thrown out of the movement. And it doesn't even stop with AOC. Don't think for a second it stops at AOC. Because of all the politicians, like genuinely, I think AOC is the one that deserves like some of the most glaze when compared to some of the other people these people defend, genuinely speaking. When compared to some of the other people that these people defend, right? I can see why people glaze AOC. Shouldn't glaze anybody, right? But when we start getting into people like, I don't know, Graham Plattner or people like that, right? You know, who have like real reasons to criticize them for, like meaningful reasons to criticize them for, people go like buck wild. They go insano mode on the timeline. Like, it's craziness. I had to sneeze. Being real, go to Black Red Guard 2. And it's crazy because, like, If you look all up and down the timeline, all of the black leftists are saying the exact same thing. The exact same thing, verbatim. You know? But it's frustrating. The reason why it's frustrating, right, is because, like, this is like completely unprompted. It's not that Chris Smalls even tried to like join the DSA. You know? It's not that Chris Smalls tried to go into into white spaces. This is what frustrates me the most. Chris Smalls didn't even attempt to go into white spaces. This is Chris Smalls being black and doing organization that he finds impactful, right? As a black person, not trying to join white spaces. And they are like, this is the reaction that he receives. This is the reaction that he gets. He's called a celebrity activist. Contrary to like their favorite politicians or whatever. And it's like, and if you do anything, the credit is given to the you know, to the politicians, to the non-black people, when you're the person on the ground doing the work. Right? And it's the exact same dynamic that I talk about all the time. When I say that I told you that how I talk to Southern workers, right? That's the exact dynamic that they speak about. That they're frustrated by. You know? Because what people don't think, or what people don't talk about, is the fact that like Chris Smalls didn't go home in the first round of releases from Israel. Right? I don't know if you remember that, chat. Chris Smalls, unlike a lot of his contemporaries who were on the flotilla, right, was directly like abused and held by Israel. Like longer than like the other people on the flotilla. Did they beat him? Yes, they beat him. Right? They denied him access to his counsel. Right? He faced abuse. He was tortured. And that is a difference in the way that he was abused and the way that other people on the flotilla was abused. And like, yeah, I'll show you what Chris Smalls wrote about it today, this morning. Because it kind of speaks to that as well. He said, I'm only addressing this once I looked up to her, just like many others on the left, but the second she started selling out over Palestine, it was a wrap. Secondly, I already stated that I haven't had a conversation with her in 4 years, literally. She, her team, her staff, whoever, has had direct contact with me in the past. The reason I can't with these Democrats is because, excuse me, it's because they all knew I was in prison 9 months ago in Israel and said absolutely nothing, with the exception of Rashida and Summer Lee. AOC and Zora Mamdani 1,000% knew. They're not under fucking rocks. Instead, they tap dance and cherry pick on what to speak about, and that's not genuine solidarity. I was just detained coming back from Cuba a month ago. Another opportunity ain't hurt a thing. They don't give a damn about me, genuinely, and I don't care. I'm not looking to be friends. I'm not the angry black man or crazy. I stand on business and I don't play about my work. You not about to use me when it's convenient, and that goes for any politician. Exactly. Shout out to Jessica Burbank for attempting to help. She's a homie for life, and I don't deserve to be dragged as far as my statements about my team. For those who don't know, I had 2 comrades physically go into precincts looking for me immediately before Jess was contacted. In addition, a campaign on IG circulated the precinct numbers. They deliberately didn't put me in the system until almost midnight. I appreciate those who are looking for me, but truthfully, misdemeanor charges can only be held for so long by law. Politicians work for the people, and I made American history right here in New York City. In New York City, all the progressives have platforms and know how to use them, But notice when it comes to me, she always gets weird. And a lot of that is just pure hatred and jealousy. Smile on their face all day. But will never say they tweet to me online directly. I'm not hard to reach at all. If you know me, if you've known me over the years, I'm a real mother effer. True. I don't sugarcoat nothing. I'm not a celebrity. I'm just a fine Amazon worker who's fed up, and I'll always be that. If you don't like me for whatever reason, that's all you. I truly don't give two fucks about. I'm gonna continue doing what I can do to fight for all oppressed people. If you're not willing to do the same on both feet in, not one out, then I can't rock with you, bottom line. Right? So that was his full statement on like this conversation. I think the point that's the most salient is, right, and was this. Right, where he says, I stand on business and I don't play by work, and you're not about to use me when it's convenient, and that goes for any politician. Because that is effectively like what this is turned into, right? This is like Chris Smalls' arrest has turned into like, isn't AOC great for helping get this black man out of prison? Isn't she super, super nice for that? And the crazy part is AOC isn't even trying to do that. You know? Even if AOC or her staff did help, he doesn't have to be thankful. That's her job. And so on AOC's job is to make left organizing easier. That's also true. Right? And the funniest part about it is that he didn't even say that she didn't help in the original statement. What he said is he wanted to make sure that his team got the credit, and it wasn't just all AOC. It wasn't that he was sitting in prison and nobody was doing anything, and the AOC was like, I'll do something. Let me go down to the precinct and save Chris Smalls, right? Because that's how it was being positioned. And that takes, because like when you give credit to AOC, that takes credit away from the people on his team. People who actually did go around the precincts, people who actually did circulate precinct numbers to try to get him out. Right? Because I can understand why that's frustrating from Chris Small's perspective when people are like using this as using this and you and your activism as a way to bolster up their favorite politicians, and then they get upset when you don't say thank you enough for them. Like that's not solidarity. Right? It's not solidarity. But like back to this is why you don't see black people joining the DSA en masse. Not that black people don't organize, not that black people don't do activism or direct action. They're just not doing it with the DSA. And going back to what I talked about a few days ago, right? Which was this, right? Black voters are leaving the Democratic Party because they're disillusioned with the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party is losing support, and guess who's not picking them up? The DSA. They're not leaving the Democratic Party and going to the DSA. They're leaving the Democratic Party and checking out. Or they're leaving the Democratic Party and, embedding themselves further in their communities. But if you want a national leftist movement or whatever, if you want to garner support for a general strike, if you want to bolster up unionization efforts, right, nationally, so you can do a general strike, you got to reach out to those people. You got to speak to those people. And you're not doing that by like positioning like actual black activists who are popular as being bullies and too meanie bo beanie because they don't like your favorite politician. I don't get the opposition to people's AOC criticism. Criticizing her led to the DSA endorsing her after she conceded on their policies. No. You don't understand. They don't see that. That's not true in their mind. That didn't happen. What actually happened is that AOC always believed that, right? And she was always anti-Iron Dome funding. And she was going to do it anyway. And it wasn't actually the pressure in the opposition to her and the critique to her that actually made her move. It was actually the fact that she always believed that. And she was waiting for a good, advantageous time politically to come out against Iron Dome funding. That's genuinely what some of these people believe, right? Like, that is genuinely what some of these people believe. Here, I saw another tweet that I think was so interesting about the same exact thing. It was about Zohran Mamdani and the NYPD being mobilized to like break up a protest. Do you know what I'm talking about? No. It was before the West Bank land auctions. It was a person was in prison. A man was in prison, and the NYPD worked with ICE to take this man out of prison to deport him. I'm trying to find it. Yeah, ICE at the hospital. Yes. See if I can find it. Hold on. There's another one apparently that happened yesterday. I'm trying to find that specific video. It was basically Zorn's getting a lot, but he's on the NYPD. Yeah, but it was basically like this situation, right? So ICE is collaborating with the NYPD, raiding hospitals to deport people, and I saw a tweet from somebody who was just like, who's like, "Man, I hate that Zoran is like letting this happen," and then this person was like, "What do you expect? Do you not expect the police to be mobilized to stop a riot when it's happening?" And then I literally clicked on this person's profile. I kid you not. I clicked on this person's profile, and their pinned tweet was like fires in New York City, right? And people like driving around it, and they were just like, "That's right. The conversion to Mamdanistan is almost complete." When he was running for office. So I'm like, wait a minute. So what happened in between those two times? Like, now it's like you're like pro the NYPD being mobilized to brutalize protesters if you think that they're rioters. But like 6 months ago or like a year ago, you were like, yeah, I love the fires in New York City because it shows that we're really, we're really like. Does that make sense? We're really out there. I can't find that tweet now. I wish I saved it. I didn't save it. It was just so weird. I was just like, does your morals go out the window when you're just like defending politicians? Like, you can say that Zohran Mamdani is weak on the NYPD. Because he is. He is weak on the NYPD. Right? You have freaking like, it's not the same thing, but like Tom Steyer on the freaking governor's debate being like, yeah, I'll prosecute freaking ICE agents and federal agents who break the law with our cops. And then you have Zohran Mamdani being like, he won't do that. But he's saying he would do it, right? Zohran Mamdani is just like, maybe you guys should stop rioting or something. Again, I like Zohran. Like, that's an L. That is an L. But you like, and you should be allowed to criticize Zoran for doing that. He doesn't have many options when the NYPD is under the pedo daughter doing a mutiny. Yeah, but like, you could like not co-sign them. Be like, I love our NYPD officers. They're doing great work. Like, you don't have to say that, you know? That's not a necessary thing that he has to say. And so like, ow, my neck. That's kind of the point is that like people should be allowed to like critique these politicians, even if they're your faves. Right? But that's like the wider like Chris Smalls discussion. It's actually so weird that people act around freaking like black people. It's weird. It is. And I say, when I know the police aren't gonna listen to me, exactly. It's just like he's saying it to nobody because the police are not gonna like. I don't know who he's saying it for. As your friend, would you ever run? I'd run for something eventually. Yeah. He's disbanded the SRG and fired. How do you pronounce this lady's name? Is it Tish? I keep pronouncing it Tish. I don't think it's pronounced Tish. As you know, like fish, it's Tish. I'm bad at names. Shout out to when I found out that Mallory McCrow's name is not actually Mallory McCrow. Her name is Mallory McMorrow. Yeah, that's a no for me. I'll take that. Honestly, my name is better though, so I'll stand on that. Anyway, that's the Chris Smalls discussion. And before we move on, there was this clip that I saw. All I saw was this clip and somebody saying "yikes," and I saw this person who followed me say this, and then apparently Bad Empanada was a part of this. It includes a post of the word that I muted, and it has Bad Empanada who I blocked. And so I was like, okay, what is even this clip about? Because there was so much going on. I was like, this person follows me, but it's a Hassan clip about Graham Plattner that is quote tweeting Bad Empanada with a word that I muted. And this person just said yikes. So I'm slightly curious. All right. Let me indulge.
Yikes. People like Plattner are the people who killed 100+ little girls in Iran. I'll never support that. Yikes. Yeah, I don't care, man. Yeah, you got it. Well, luckily you don't have to vote for him. You can vote. Yikes.
Was this during the platinum discussion that we talked about already? Or was this during, like, was this yesterday? I wasn't watching yesterday. Everyone Hassan said this. This was a clip. I mean, it doesn't look good. The day before yesterday, because it was at SF. I don't think I was watching that either. They probably don't have to vote for him since they're not in Maine, but they aren't wrong. I mean, I just, my take on this is I don't see why Hassan just can't say that, like, yeah, I mean, that's bad and he shouldn't have done that. But he's still the best option for Maine or whatever. You know what I mean? Where to say Plattner killed 100+ little girls. I get the point, but it seems wild. No, the chatter didn't say Plattner killed 100+ little girls.
People like Plattner.
He said people like Plattner are the people who killed 100+ little girls in Iran. I'll never support that. And he's not wrong. Right? He's not saying like Platinum himself went out of his way to kill 100% little girls. But there is one thing I want to show about Grand Platinum. This is the Grand Platinum Power Hour, right? The Grand Platinum Power Hour is Grand Platinum Power 5 minutes. Because I did see this one clip, or this one Reddit post from a while ago. Because this person made like a whole thread, right? Which is why I hate people like this, because it's like, whenever people make threads like this, they add in like the really bad stuff next to like Platinum 2021 talking about the dick pic art on a wall in graphic detail. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think those two things are like equal in scale. You feel me? Like, like, what are we doing? This is why, like, the liberals who, like, don't like Grand Platinum are just stupid. Because they're trying to, like, pad the deck with, like, look at all the stuff he said. Look how long this thread is. It's so much, but half the stuff is, like, stupid stuff. But one of the things is actually not good. It's actually pretty bad. And it was... I don't remember where it is. I lost it. Oh, here it is. This is such a long thread, though. It was from his Reddit thread. It was posted in 2014, which was after he got out of the army the first time. It says, we're going to kill thousands. By the end of it, maybe millions. Our way of life is better. And if that's what it takes to prevail, let's get this show on the road. I don't disagree with your point. I just disagree with the fact that you seem to think that we shouldn't do it. Now, I won't sit here and act like I have the full context of this. But this is literally an insane thing to say. This is an insane thing to say. And this was after he got out of the army the first time, before going back to Blackwater. Let's kill millions. I might be misunderstanding. Like, she's up all the way till 2020. But like, and I understand that, right? My issue, as I said before, which is why I won't spend too much time on it. My issue is that like, you can acknowledge that like, this is not good. This is bad for him to say that. And it doesn't like, it kind of validates people not really liking him. Right? Like, he's like, yeah, we're going to kill millions. Our way of life. Like, this is Asmongold behavior. And this is literally like almost verbatim what Asmongold said. Our way of life is better. And if it's what it takes to prevail, let's get the show on the road. I will honestly go off to say, like, this is worse than what Asmongold said. Right? He's saying, like, listen, we're going to kill millions. If that's what it takes, that's what it takes. Our way of life is just better than their way of life is. Like, that is objectively worse than what Asmongold said. You know what I mean? And I think that there is enough space in the discussion to acknowledge, like, it's only worse because he could do it. No, I think it's worse even rhetorically because, I mean, Asmongold wasn't saying we should kill millions of them. Like, like, not even to defend Asmongold, because like that's still insane. But like, it's the same thing like of like our way of life is better. The culturally inferior thing is like, it's bad on its own, but Grand Platter on top of that is like, that's why he got banned. I think he got banned because he said it was culturally inferior. He said, I don't care if they die because of cultural inferiority. Exactly. Not that like, listen, we're gonna kill. I mean, I guess it's the same. To be fair. All right, I would say that's. I guess that's the same. But I don't know. I think it's slightly different because he's like, we're gonna kill thousands, maybe millions. You know what I mean? I think that's, you know. And it's slightly different than like, I don't care if they die or if millions die. Because like he has a direct arm or hand in participating in that system. But I guess it's not entirely different or whatever. Like, that's just like, my point is that that is crazy. I say you're wrong. It's on the same level of platter served, so he can actually do it. That's what makes it worse. Yeah. It's supremacist language. Yeah, I mean, it's Western chauvinist language. It's supremacist language. It's language that is like part and parcel for being in the military. Which is why if Graham Platter came out and was like, that's why I stand against like the military industrial complex, because it makes you dehumanize human beings like this. You know what I mean? Like, that's like, I like, that'd be fine. That'd be a good thing. But like, I think that's like, it's very simple to just be like, yeah, you shouldn't have said that. This is insane. And then just kind of, you know, and then if you want to be like, he's the best option for Maine, whatever, right? But I think you still have to acknowledge that like this stuff is not good. You know, it's bad. It's kind of like a you know, a part of the conversation. Right? Because it's not. It's about to have that taken in the other post saying nothing of value was lost. But then he's also out here being like, I love Bernie Sanders. That doesn't mean you have to support him. Voting and supporting are not the same thing. Yeah, but again, he's gonna win. You know what I mean? So like, I don't know. There's no definite proof that he's ideologically changed on a lot of things. And I guess we'll see when he gets in office, right? But like, I just think that's like, I think we should have just a level of understanding that stuff like this is bad. But keep in mind that like, the people who are coming at Chris Smalls and calling him a fraud are the same people who are defending Graham Platter. You know what I mean? Here. I want to look at the freaking Joe Rogan guy. I don't know where he went. Hold on. I lost him. Who's calling Chris Smalls a fraud? A lot of white leftist people. A tale as old as time. Tale as old as time. I told you. I told you. These people are quicker to throw Chris Smalls out of the movement while writing for Graham Platter. You know what I mean? And again, if you did both, it'd be one thing, right? But the fact that the people who are so quick to throw Chris Smalls out of the movement, calling him a bully, or saying that he's like, I don't know. I don't know if I still have it. Oh, a grifter. Look, it's a tale as old as time, chat. I'm telling you. A tale as old as time. Is that not strange? Is that not a little bit weird? About the same people who are calling like Chris Smalls a grifter, who was like an on the ground organizer who went to Israel, got beat up by the IDF, went to deliver aid in Cuba, got detained after coming back from Cuba, right? Got arrested protesting outside the Met Gala, right? But the real proletariat, the real leftist is Graham Plattner to these people. You know what I mean? Like, it's so dumb. Actual union organizer. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. It's so dumb.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist.
Despite me cutting all my people, they love them. That's not why. Right? It's because of this. Not this one. I had another one that I closed, I think. Not this one. This one. Plattner solved Democrats' problem attracting young men and they hated for it. That's what it is, right? This is what it is. I told you this is what it was for the last like few months, right? Graham Plattner is it's identity politics. This is identity politics, but it's identity politics that they like. This is identity politics that they engage with, right? They appreciate. They're like, I like that Graham Plattner can use his identity to appeal to other people's identity, right? That they like what Graham Plattner stands for as a, like, you know, hardened trucker hat oyster farmer from Maine. Military man, oyster farmer from Maine. That's it. Right? That's it. And again, I'm not even saying that you have to hate Graham Plattner or whatever. I'm not saying you can't like Graham Plattner, right? My point is that the way that people talk about Graham Plattner, it contrasted by the way that they talk about Chris Smalls, is racist. It's racism. Like here. I'm begging leftists to stop falling for internet fame. Just because someone shows up on your computer screen does not mean that you should defer to them. You should definitely shouldn't follow them when they create unnecessary division in the labor movement over personal grievances. This is how liberals operate. Someone looks the part, so they must be a leader. Working class mass action is supposed to do that. Massive. Anyone who starts unnecessary division with the pro-labor politicians and organizers is more interested in themselves and in the movement. Please stop falling for it. Graham Plattner, he's our guy. We need him, bro. We need him. Even the way they talk about Kat, you can have criticism of her foreign policy, but she put her body on the line against ICE. It's just misogyny. Exactly, right? I'm sorry. Graham Plattner hasn't done that. There are some like liberal politicians who've done that, right? You have freaking Alex Padilla in LA getting detained for interrupting a former Secretary Kristi Noem's press conference. She also got I don't know if y'all saw the Haiti clip. Did y'all see that clip? That clip is also stirring up a little bit of drama. Hold on. But yeah, he also got arrested for protesting deed theft. Hold on, I gotta find it because it's kind of funny. Also, apparently another Minecraft streamer got arrested for having CSAM. Or Minecraft YouTuber. The race is about Cat too, don't worry. That's okay. Anybody's cat fan or anything, I'm glad we ran another test to confirm that AOC derangement syndrome is a psychosexual response to attractive women, it always seems like. Yeah. It's just like, but I'm supposed to pretend like this doesn't exist. I'm supposed to pretend like this doesn't exist. I'm supposed to pretend that this is dynamic. It doesn't exist. It's not real. There's not a dichotomy by the way that people treat certain voices on the left. You know? Take Cat versus Tom Steyer, bro. Perfect. Like, the way that leftists are positioning around Tom Steyer, which is, like, fine or whatever. Like, but how, like, white male politicians have such a low bar that, like, you can, like, ostensibly not be a leftist and get coalesced around, but you as an actual leftist, you have, like, one bad political take, thrown out the movement. Thrown out entirely. Removed. For one take. But you have somebody who's, like, ostensibly not a leftist, and it's like lesser evil voting behind that person exists, right? There's never any lesser evil voting never happens around black or brown people. You realize that, right? You realize that. It's always lesser evil voting when a white male is running for office. When it's a black person, a brown person, a woman, there's never seems to come about lesser evil voting. It is an interesting dynamic, right? And this is a good message from ADK. Where is that? I saw it. Oh, yeah, we need to start our own shit. Like this is true and correct, but the most frustrating part is that you can do that, like Chris Smalls did, and just do activism on your own, not trying to join white spaces, and they'll still be there. You know what I mean? That's the most frustrating part. They're still going to be right there attacking you, right there tearing you down, unless you pledge fealty to their favorite politicians, right? If they will literally, like, white leftists will tear down your movement to make sure that it fails, to make sure that you join theirs. We're at that point of this dynamic. So even if you want to build your own movement, right? You want to build your own movement. Take a good example. You try to build your own movement to try to survive under this current ecosystem. A white leftist will go and take it away because it's not class conscious enough for them. It's not class focused enough for them. You know what I mean? Affirmative action, DEI, band-aids, half measures, half steps that tries to get a few 2 to 3 black people a year to go to freaking Harvard or whatever. A white leftist will be like, yeah, take that away. Take that away because it's not my movement. I'm not building that movement. I hate that. It's that old, like, black saying, which is like, you're never truly alone as a black person because there's always a white person in your business, right? That extends to leftists, bro. You can't even be a black organizer, minding your own business, doing black organization, because there's always a white leftist right there in your ear being like, hey, you're not standing politicians enough. You're not doing that enough. You're like, oh, good job, black people. We came together and we made this policy. They were like, nope, not universal health care. Yoink. Take that away. Try again. You're like, we made another policy. It seems like you're trying to rectify disparities that currently exist in here. But have you realized that that's not universalist? Yoink, take that away. Try it again, sweaty. You're a bully. Literally, like, that's literally what happens consistently. Consistently. It's to the tune where, like, they will literally be like, yeah, we need to actually tear down one of the few black labor leaders that exist in this country because I personally don't like them. I don't know where I think I closed the freaking tab. Honestly, I'm glad that I did. I'm glad that I did, honestly. 'Cause I'll be on this forever if I keep going. Oh, here it is. He's like, he's doing exactly what he's criticizing here. He's doing exactly what he's criticizing here. Right? It's so fresh because people are also coming for Chris Smalls for saying that he's the biggest labor leader in the world. Right? People are coming for Chris Smalls for saying that. But it's like, you do realize that this guy came for him first, right? Saying that he was completely irrelevant. Like, now it's like, oh, look at how arrogant this guy is. It's like in football, right? If you watch ESPN at any point and they talk about like a black athlete or a black quarterback or whatever, and it's like, this guy sucks, he's terrible, and the black quarterback is like, I'm the best quarterback in the league. It's like, oh, what a big head that he has. Oh, what an arrogant guy. His ego needs to be taken down a peg. Right? But a white quarterback says the same thing, right? A white quarterback says the same thing. They're like, yeah, I'm the best quarterback. I'm the best. What of it? It's like, yeah, see, he knows he's the best. He knows he's the best, right? That's confidence right there. That's confidence. When a black quarterback does it, it's arrogance. But when a white quarterback does it, it's confidence. But you don't talk about how you were just diminishing the black quarterback's abilities. You know what I mean? You were just talking down the black quarterback specifically. And they said that they were the best out of a reaction in response to what you were saying about them. The white quarterback, unprompted, is talking about how they were the best and they're confident. But the black quarterback is responding to somebody saying that they're irrelevant by saying that I'm the best, and they're arrogant. Right? And they don't see that. Right? And then they use that arrogance to say that's why this person shouldn't have a career. Right? They use that response to be like, see how arrogant they are? That's why they shouldn't have a career. That's why you shouldn't support them. Ironically, doing exactly what this person is talking about here, right? Ironically, trying to break up the labor movement with unnecessary divisions. Chris Smalls didn't say anything bad about AOC until this guy started yapping. All he said originally, I have to reiterate this, all he said originally was, AOC did not help me. I don't want her to get the credit. Sorry, all he said originally was actually not even that. All he said was like, my team did the work to find me. I don't want AOC to get the credit. I haven't spoken to her in 4 years. And then this guy was like, why are you not groveling to AOC? Right? And then he clapped at AOC. Then he said F AOC. That's where that came up from. But of course, now he has to play the victim, that how this big black person is like being so meanie bobini to him. Right? Being so super meanie bobini to him. How this black guy needs to be taken down a peg or whatever. It's just so gross. It's so gross. Right? Because we can't just ignore this dynamic, right? I wish we could. Genuinely. I wish we could just ignore this dynamic. I wish we could just ignore it and then act like white leftists don't exist. But the problem is that currently white people are like still 7% of the country, which means you're going to be organizing with people like this. Even like, as a black person, right? Unless you literally live in a 100% black community, right? Which is not very likely. You're going to be organizing with people that think like this and that talk like this and that engage like this. They will be there. And they will be doing the same thing in your community when you try to organize as well. And it's a frustrating dynamic. It's a frustrating dynamic. But that's the Chris Smalls conversation. Also, Doofus, thank you for the 14 months. Much appreciated. Um, not to get even more annoyed. I mean, people say this was good. Because they saved my sanity a bit. I mean, that's kind of why I do this. Partially, mostly because like I talk about things that I find interesting here, that I have something to say about, but also to like let people know that like they're not crazy, right? If they feel the same way, right? They're not crazy if they look at these dynamics as they exist online, or maybe even in person in their day-to-day life, and they're like, this feels weird, right? This feels like it's not good, but maybe I'm the problem, right? It's important to know that you're not the problem. You know, you're not going through it alone. That makes sense? Also, I'll be right back. Enjoy this, chat.
Because there's a gap in your perceived sort of identification or self-identification, at least at one point, in some of the political stances that you take maybe in a post-2020 world. Does that feel right to you?
Yeah, I do think there is like a definite proportion of the backlash that I received that's based on a kind of misreading of me as being sort of having always been more radical than I really was. I mean, I think that part of it is like the aesthetic of because I started out doing, I'm like this like transgender YouTuber who is making videos about how fascism is bad. This is very like communist coded behavior, at least in like internet culture, right? Like if you're a trans person on the internet, you're complaining about Nazis all day, you're probably a communist, right? And that's true. You are probably a communist if you fit that description. I mean, I think that I kind of did have a more. So I mean, I used to be quite centrist in that, like in 2016, I think I was like a Hillary Clinton supporter in the 2016 primary, for the reason that I thought that she was more viable than Bernie Sanders. Then she lost. And I think that did prompt me to rethink a little bit what was possible, combined with the fact that Donald Trump at the time seemed like this kind of crackpot candidate who, how could a serious country elect a person like this, right? Well, joke's on me. But like I think that did make me open-minded to like, well, like maybe like it is time to consider it. Because I had I had campaigned for Obama in 2012, and so my experience was like talking to these like median voters in like Ashburn, Virginia or whatever, and like the amount of effort needed to convince them that actually giving people access to healthcare, even if they have a pre-existing condition, did not amount to a totalitarian Islamic socialist takeover of the government. Like it made me think like, okay, everyone just hates the word socialism so much, like why bother? But then I don't know. I guess I questioned if maybe that was. So I think I was experimenting a bit more in that era, and also I did get audience captured somewhat. I think because I had a much more leftist audience, but I think we've clashed over my like, I suppose like more pragmatic, moderate stances on things.
I wanna come back to this issue of pragmatism, but I want to say that on some level, I empathize with having the notion, especially coming, as someone who's, part of a marginalized group whose interests don't necessarily drive politics and sometimes drive people away from my politics, right? That I remember in 2007 being asked by like an adult, coming straight out of college, asked by an adult, who I supported in the primary, not really knowing anything about Barack Obama and kind of having the knee-jerk reaction that I should say Clinton because I would be perceived as doing wish casting if I said Obama, or it was expected because I'm Black that I would say Obama, and that it was so unlikely that I seemed like the pragmatic person to say Hillary Clinton. And then I had a similar experience over the course of the primary, when Hillary Clinton revealed herself in various ways and frankly actively talked me out of her support. And then by the time 2016 came around, and I also wanted to validate that, many Black voters did not think that Barack Obama could win and did not align behind him until after he had won Iowa and demonstrated his viability with white voters, right? So I think there's something very relatable about your approach. I think the question people have is, once this lesson was learned in 2016, that who we were told was electable wasn't who was actually electable, and that there was this appetite in the country for somebody that was more radical, that was more anti-establishment in the form of Donald Trump, and that there was this phenomenon of the Bernie to Trump voter where those same Trump voters would have been interested in someone like Bernie Sanders, who didn't just talk about healthcare the way that Obama did, but did so in a much more radical way, in a way that was thought to be somehow alienating to the public, but which was in fact populist. If that lesson was learned in 2016, I guess the question people have is what caused you to sort of move back to this idea that a more centrist pragmatism or incrementalism was going to be a more electable and politically viable route?
Well, I think part of it is in 2020, I supported Bernie Sanders in the primary.
Yeah, I remember. We
and-
talked about it on the show, I think.
Oh, we maybe did. Okay, so it hasn't been 10 years. Okay, but yeah, Biden won fairly decisively, both in the primary and the general election, which seemed like a kind of step back from the edge to me. So I think that kind of pushed me in a more moderate direction, also as a result of, I think, clashing with people who were abstainers. I felt that, because I've always seen Donald Trump as very menacing, as a nightmarish presence in American politics, who I am willing to resist by any means necessary, essentially. And so I think that I got frustrated with the opposition to voting for Biden. And then in 2024, I think my frustration increased. And I feel like now, I see the second Trump administration as being even worse than the first, which I thought it would be. So I feel fairly disillusioned with any kind of larger ideological project.
Oh, did I miss anything interesting, chat? That's what I said. Also, tell me what I was watching a video. Okay, short aside. You get a break from this. Short aside. I was watching a video. It was called Iraq Casino. This video.
And there is nowhere so far.
It's got 40,000 views in a day. Ooh. Interesting. Oh. Maybe we'll get to this later. The commentary YouTube drama is so good. Wait, is there actually drama? Actual drama? Or is it pretty okay in a day, not bad? Yeah, basically it's a video about Iraq's video being casino propaganda. It's a good video, but tell me why in this video there's a Hassan call out. Hold on. Here. It's around here.
Now
hours ago, and it already has 1 million views. Now, I am a full-time YouTube video editor. That is my job. So I can say with fairly high confidence that a ton of these views are coming from people who are not of a legal age to gamble. And it's impossible for me to know the exact age breakdown of the demographics watching this video, but Eric makes very broad, widely appealing videos. Like I said, Mr. Beast style content, and that type of content is absolutely getting pushed to the front page of YouTube, to the recommended videos, and there is absolutely at least some percentage of the audience watching this that are young, impressionable people who maybe have never been exposed to gambling.
Sorry. That's my pancakes.
Before, but are going to watch this video and think, wow, this is so cool. Look at all the money that Eric is making. Now, I'm going to be watching the full video, but I'm only going to be cutting in context clips or things that I need to include in order to give proper commentary for you. This is not a Hassan reaction. My chair will not be making a solo appearance at any point in this video. Eric's full video will be linked down below so you can watch it, get the full context, understand what I'm maybe excluding for one reason or another, but I do promise.
That's it. Yeah, that was it. It was a random video, and I was like, "Dang!" So you got kind of cooked. Comment on YouTuber groups. Chad is hating on small creator YouTubers. Wait, really? Is that all from the Turb video, or is there other videos that I need to watch to catch up on that? Honestly, I kind of want to see that more than the ContraPoint stuff. Speaking of which, I forgot my syrup. So, Eddie said something about it a few days back. Really? Please, somebody catch me in. Turns out all, I believe. I made a video about it on it too. Send me the video. Don't do it. Don't do what? I need to go get my syrup. I'm sorry.
I guess we could probably spend all day litigating like why exactly Kamala Harris lost in 2024 by the margins that she did. But the way I diagnose it is largely that like voters moved to the right. So this has me feeling probably the way that liberals felt, you know, around in like 1991 or whatever, when you had like almost 12 years of like Reaganism at that point, and it's just like, well, my sense of, I mean, so there's a reason why I'm not like a Democratic Party press person, right? Because my messaging is not inspiring at all. Like, I'm aware of this. And like, to be clear, no politician should say the things that I'm saying because they're not inspiring. They're depressing. But that's why I'm not a politician, right?
As they were, no, and I'm thinking we get this up to Astif. I've also seen, we're 11 minutes in, and I've seen 0 of this video, by the way. I literally have no idea what's being talked about. A full 11 minutes in. I don't even mean what she hasn't said anything of substance yet. Are you sure? I could rewind it. We started overall unfollow. Listen, you guys didn't like the. Anyway, we'll put on the docket. I do care a little bit more about this, cause I'm for it. I'm in and involved with the tram. Wait, where's the FD video? Did I miss it? Someone sent it already? Oh. What? Oh.
This video right here. This video got on my nerves. Have y'all seen this yet? Let me go to her page. This video got on my nerves, but it wasn't her in particular, right? But this video was doing nice numbers, especially for a smaller creator. Like she only has 82,000 subscribers. This is a small creator. And she made a video called Commentary is Low-Key Bad. And this is not me defending commentary YouTube, but I did want to engage with some of the flaws and like frustrations that I felt while watching this. Because she's not wrong in what she's saying, she's just wrong in her
Commentary
breakdown.
YouTube is becoming slop. This video was taken down because I learned that large commentary
this is
creators
fucked up,
had shared
by the
my
way.
video in their group chat and apparently got very upset about being criticized. As a small creator, this was obviously very intimidating. These people have a lot more money, connections, and followers than I do. I was asked to change my thumbnail. I was even asked by a featured commentary creator to unlist the video at only 3,000 views. I'm re-uploading this video that I spent 8 months on to implore you, the viewer, to watch this and form your own opinion. Was I too harsh, or are commentary YouTubers scared that people are waking up to slop content?
All right, so first off, fuck whoever was snitching on homegirl in the background. So according to her, and I'm in a couple of these big creator group chats, I don't be paying attention to most of them. I hadn't seen this. This was brought to me, of all people, by John Lewis. You know, all shade to whoever did that to her. That said, I still found her argument compelling for the wrong reasons. Does that make sense?
You open up YouTube recommendations to find something to watch with your meal, but all your recommendations are about the same topic.
The performative main character syndromification of macho men's male gaze. Weaponized media literacy, much anyone?
Guys, it's the AI groups. We're gonna laugh at them and talk about how bad they are. Take that AI.
It feels, dare I say, corporate.
And that's why capitalism is not good. Anyway, today's sponsor is a scented water bottle subscription service.
So join me as I break down the slow, painful decline of commentary YouTube and deep dive this era I call There's Nothing Left to Say, Please Shut Up, Oh God Shut Up, It Hurts.
Ellie did 2 streams on this. Allegedly, only Jarvis community was only number one to respond to my video. What did I miss? Okay, maybe this is my fault. Maybe I'm the problem here. How is all of this going on and none of y'all told me about it? This is like totally up my alley. I'm the drama guy, bro. Who's Grand Platter? That's fair. But I will say, Graham Plattner Power Hour would have stopped 4 days early if y'all told me about this stuff. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It wouldn't have even happened. You could have been freed if you told me about this stuff. You lied? No, I'm not even lying, bro. This is so much more interesting.
First off, big props to just the intro, puppets, and clocking the commentary language mumbo jumbo. So intro 8, right?
Really sitting down and listening to what the creator is saying, you realize they aren't really saying anything. I want to highlight a video that I think is a good example of this. And the reason I chose this video is not to drag this creator specifically, but it's because he said something really interesting twice throughout the video. Breaking the fourth wall, he says,
And since I still have to burn at least 5 more minutes in this video, let's go deeper. Yeah, let's trace the origins of this contagion for no other reason than I need to stretch this video out.
Who is this guy? Who's this guy? You'll see.
For watch now.
But instead of going deeper, he just shows random TikToks about white tank tops. Now this creator is what I like to call the surface skimmer.
Oh, he responded. Let me see. I kind of want to see
so
this.
a couple times while I was making my YouTube commentary meta video, an even more meta video came out talking about me and other commentary creators. So no bullshit. I'm just gonna get straight to the point. This video is weak, like really weak. And I'm not just saying that because.
Okay, hold on. Stop. They ran for Congress, by the way. Enough. Love FD. I need the source. Send me the first original video, because we're going deep now. I need the source. The source of the source. Send me the OG. The OG TikTok OG. No, not this one. The original video, the re-upload video that caused this to happen. Cause what are we talking about? Dang, Jarvis is in the thumbnail. Curtis Connor is in the thumbnail. Film Cooper's in the thumbnail.
Commentary YouTube is becoming slop.
Okay, we're gonna 2 times. We already saw this intro though, so we're gonna skip past the intro.
Main character syndrome feels.
Hello, my name is Doothy, I do commentary, I talk rugs, and much like the Avatar, I disappear when I'm needed most. Watching commentary nowadays without doing some secondary action in the background, like laundry or eating, feels like when you remove the laugh track from a sitcom, really sitting down and listening to what the creator is saying, you realize they aren't really saying anything. And as both a creator and viewer, I feel this heavier than anyone. When trying to come up with video ideas, I realize everything has kind of already been said. Ozempic is bad, plastic surgery is bad, AI is bad. Any video idea just felt like I was contributing to this collective whining on commentary YouTube. I'm sure we've all come across some video that promises to be some grand intellectual piece about the ification of an industrial complex perhaps, but it ends up just being more reaction meme surface skimming lighthearted commentary instead of actual substance. I want to highlight a video that I think is a good example of this, and it's a classic overconsumption bad video essay.
So far, video slap. I mean, she's not inherently incorrect, right? In that, like, this is a problem that does exist. Wait, okay. I literally did exactly that. Like, exactly that. I literally stopped it immediately to slow it down. See, I didn't even need the instructions, all right? I built my IKEA sets without instructions. And this is proof, chat. This is proof. This video has so much production to be slop. I don't necessarily agree with that. Slop can be overproduced. I'm not saying it is slop, but I'm saying slop can be overproduced.
Tank top, the Kendall Jenner viral tank top. It's just a white Hanes tank top. This white tank top, that's the trend of Jenner, according to TikTok. And you need Kylie Jenner to put you onto Hanes tank tops. You need a celebrity influencer to put you onto the concept of tank.
I noticed that the creator wasn't really saying anything of substance, but just playing TikToks and repeating the same 4 talking points over and over again. And the reason I chose this video is not to drag this creator specifically, but it's because he said something really interesting twice throughout the video. Breaking the fourth wall, he says.
And since I still have to burn at least 5 more minutes in this video, let's go deep. Let's trace the origins of this contagion for no other reason than I need to stretch this video out for watch time.
But instead of going deeper, he just shows random TikToks about white tank tops. Now this creator is what I like to call the surface skimmer. Rather than actually going deeper or down a rabbit hole, they skim along the surface of the issue, almost like a glorified TikTok reaction channel with buzzwords and a condenser microphone. And this doesn't just happen with lighthearted content like...
I will say, she's coming out the gate swinging. Right? I don't think she should deserve to be, like, dogpiled and hated on. Right? But she does come out the gate swinging. Right? She did not approach this video as in, like, I want to change the culture of commentary YouTube. Not at all, right? She's like, bro, I'm here to call some people out, which I approve. I approve. But, like, it's not necessarily like a, hey, I saw this problem with commentary YouTube I want to talk about. It's like, hey, this is who this person is, and this is why he sucks as a YouTube creator. So I'm not entirely surprised, right? I'm not entirely surprised people have an issue with it. I don't think the video is weak. I think the video is very strong so far, at the very least, because she's right. And the guy who she's talking about, it does seem like a very service level YouTube creator, where it's like, guys, I'm here for my job. Let me just clock in real quick. You know, punch my card. I'll have 5 more minutes on the clock. Ugh. I have to react to 2 more TikToks for this video. Then I can send it to my editor. Ugh, so much work. That's kind of how he came across in that one little clip that I saw. I don't know him. I literally don't know who this guy is. But that is how he came across. And the fact that her tone was more confrontational is why he got a big response. If it wasn't, everyone would ignore it. I think it's that partially, but I think it's mostly the fact that she's calling people out by name. Right? Commentary YouTube is very liberal. It's very liberal, very nicety, very civility. And she's like, I'm breaking decorum with this. And I think that's why I got a lot of attention. My biggest problem is, why am I not in these creator group chats where we can hate on small creators? Okay, gosh darn it. Am I a small creator that's being hated on and I just don't know it? Let me join the bullies, gosh darn it. Let me join the bullies. I'm sorry. Okay, focus up.
tank top overconsumption, but I've seen it happen with even deeper, more political content, like people discussing the Sydney Sweeney eugenics jeans campaign with that commentary-esque, lighthearted Vine boom tone. Seeing this inability to cover topics, whether it be Kendall Jenner's tank top or political dog whistles, with the depth and nuance they warrant, is not only a hallmark of surface skimming commentary content, but indicative of the lost art of rhetoric. Rhetoric is a skill taught to
Okay, well, I agree with her on this. This is my beef with the whole like unalive thing, right? Like if you're talking about this is why I had to stop watching some like assumedly good videos about important topics because of how they cover it. Did y'all see that video? I saw a video on TikTok recently, not TikTok, Twitter recently, about a guy talking about the Davis situation while like TikTok dancing and making food. Did y'all see that video? Did it just only hit my feed? If you can find that, I want to see it. Yes, it is this actually.
Korean bosom.
Right, not to be that person, but lighthearted tones, memes, and emote was talking about a sensitive subject like this. Yeah.
Because this week has been on today's menu, we're making Korean bosom because this week has been a crazy week. When the D4 vid news came out, I was like, what? I used to listen to his music. I've seen this guy collab with some of my friends. He did what? To who? How old? Literally just in shock. And I was like, you know what? There's no way this shit gets worse. It got worse. New reports say that they have 40 terabytes of footage against him. 40 terabytes? That shit sounds like something you gotta build a power plant and water cool. Like 40 terabytes is crazy. All the details coming out is sickening. Like I don't even want to repeat it.
As the chat is saying, a child was murdered, like a real life, like human being. A 14-year-old child was murdered and dismembered and stuffed in a car. Like, I think there's a level of sincerity that we should be talking about this topic with. Am I crazy about that? Am I crazy about that? And I say this all the time, right? I hate the way that people talk about, use words grape and unalive or whatever. And people try to justify it, but be like, no, it's TikTok censorship. It's TikTok censorship. It's not. Like, I would much rather you just yourself before like actually like, using different unserious words to talk about these discussions, That the censor button and censor sound is there for a reason. Just censor it. Because it shows you are taking it seriously without being like, yeah. And then she got graped. And just like, how is anybody supposed to take this very real thing that happens to very real people seriously when you're talking about it with this tone and this language? Right? Call me a woke liberal or whatever, but like, I think the language we use when talking about important things kind of, informs how society treats those things.
But I just don't get what goes on in these people's head. Imagine this. Oh, look at me. I'm mad famous. I'm making millions. I'm traveling the world. I got fans. I'm hanging out with famous people. Yo, I'm partying with Cat's Eye. I wonder what I should do on my free time. Let's go talk to some kids. Like, really? You sure you don't want to try like pickleball? Maybe like a TCG or something regular. Like, damn. I don't get it. Anyways, this is me making bosam. It's AAPI month and I want to learn to make as much Asian food as possible. So look how good this looks.
Like,
come on. Chow mogu sumida.
He's like, yeah, a child was murdered. Ah, look how good this food looks. Yeah, this looks delicious, doesn't it? Yum, 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 yum. What are we talking about, bro? What are we talking about?
Chow mogu sumida. I did not say that shit right at all. And I don't really eat bosam often, but you get the green. You get you some pork. I'm gonna do 2 pieces. A little bit of the samjang.
Okay, you got the part. You got the point. You got the point. But like that's the exact conversation that she's having here. And I think that she's right to a certain extent. I do think again, I think there are good YouTube commentary creators, right, who may do some of these things, who may misstep a little bit, but like I think have good politics, right, and do actually care about these issues. And then you have the people who came up like after them who try to copy their styles, who are just like, bro, this makes money. Let me just do that. Did this guy talk about Iran and Gaza? Like, no, I did not. Did this guy? I don't know. Honestly, probably not, but
English classes defined as the art of effective or persuasive speaking through the use of compositional techniques, figures of speech, and the rules of rhetoric, not to be confused with the rules of rhetoric. In other words, rhetoric is our ability to take these silly TikToks of Kendall Jenner, our complex thoughts and emotions on the subject, societal trends, and synthesize all of that into a comprehensive, persuasive piece that says something of substance. Like writing a quality essay in school, it's a real writing skill, and a rhetorical piece takes time to write. When Kendall Jenner makes a $2 tank top sell out by simply wearing it, we can feel something weird about that situation. We understand that people are over-consuming. We understand people are being easily influenced. These surface-level observations are obvious to most of us, but beyond that superficial feeling of something being weird, we've lost the ability to go deeper and interrogate why, what something like this entails, what this relates to. Not to be Jaden Smith on Maine, but oh my god, can we talk about the political economic state of the world right now? When a commentary YouTuber says, let's go deeper, he plays another surface level TikTok about tank tops. That isn't going deeper, it's going wider, skimming along the surface and bringing in something less related to the video's
she's right about this. Like, she hasn't said anything that I disagree with so far. She's correct. Right? And this is why a problem with like video essay content, they're not essays anymore. Where's the thesis, right? The introduction paragraph, right? Where are your 3 points? Where's your conclusion tying it all together, right? Where's your comparative analysis? Like, if you're going to make a video essay, it's a essay in video format, and commentary is a spin-off of the video essay genre, where it's like we just do video essays, but like with less work. You know what I mean? Again, I'm not saying you need to have like a degree to be a YouTuber or whatever, but like it feels like that's like a lost art, you know? I'm gonna call this a video essay, just a regular video. I'm not saying that this is a video essay. I'm saying that commentary as a genre is a spin-off of the video essay genre. Right? You have video essays that blew up really big. And then as a spin-off, it became the commentary genre, right? And as a spin-off, they just ended up cutting a lot of the corners that made that kind of content impactful without realizing it, you know?
Topic. And there's no correct take he could have had about the tank top situation. There are so many angles within this topic. The gentrification of a white tank top, the origins of celebrity worship, whose body determines what's trendy. And he starts making a good point towards the end of the video on whether or not this is a recession indicator, but then cuts himself off to go, I don't know, but it must be a stupid indicator. What are we doing? Even a video about overconsumption bad could have been well executed. But my point is that these feel more like reaction videos masquerading as commentary, not for a lack of effort, but for a genuine inability and rhetorical skill that we as an internet culture have neglected. I also want to briefly
I mean, she's calling them stupid, so I get why he's upset about that. Like, and to be fair, like, I don't know if he understood that part. Not calling him stupid, but like, she's like calling him stupid effectively, like.
Buzzwords have impacted content. Creators think using buzzwords is sufficient to making commentary, and so we'll get 30-minute long videos playing TikToks that demonstrate clear overconsumption. Someone buying 1 million water bottles or hoarding skincare, only for the commentator to repeat overconsumption, capitalism, consumerism, performative.
And I will say, I do think Jarvis does this a little bit less when compared to his contemporaries. I think Curtis does it a little bit more. This is why I don't watch Curtis videos. Why I can't watch Curtis videos. Because Curtis videos are kind of all that. You know? It contrasts that and what she's talking about here with like Drew Gooden's newest videos. Right? If you watch like the last 3 Drew Gooden videos, they're very good. You watch Eddie Burbeck's those videos, they're very good. Right? Very good. They have a point. They are saying something, and it's packaged and presented in a interesting way. It's a story. Instead of just being like we're gonna watch some TikToks about why this thing is dumb. Right? I think Jarvis gets away with it a lot because Jarvis can do actual good analysis while watching the TikToks, but somebody who's not as like well read as Jarvis is can't do it. Right? So while Jarvis could open up a TikTok and watch a TikTok, he can get away with it because, you know, he has the skills, right, and the knowledge to be able to tie that back to something meaningful, right? So while the packaging is still similar, you know, it's different than just, hey guys, isn't this thing kind of wacky?
over and over again while reacting to TikToks all to pad the video's length. These buzzwords almost absolve us of understanding what we're critiquing because if a buzzword is slapped on, the commentary feels heavy even if it lacks substance. It makes the viewers feel like they're watching something inherently intellectual or even moral, where in reality, the commentary is essentially the equivalent of watching a reaction video. And surface gaming is a byproduct of creating easy to produce and easy to consume content. Stuff that kind of states the obvious, which I think is what has given birth to the low-hanging fruit subject matter a lot of commentary videos use nowadays. Which brings me to my next chapter, commentary's low-hanging fruit problem. I actually wrote this chapter before the Love Island fruit AI thing, and I think it's perfect because it's literally about fruit. If you don't know, there's an AI version of Love Island with fruits, I guess. And a lot of commentary channels have just made videos reacting to the AI slop. And I know what you're gonna say. You're gonna say, no, Doothy, they're not reacting to it. They're critiquing the AI.
I'm Draco, dragon fruit.
I love this diva right here.
Oh my god, she punched her right in the eyeball.
That easy? Damn, even milk fruit or trash.
Girl, please. That banana still looks at me.
Okay, wait, reveal. Sasha Velour can never.
Now I know that AI fruit is
I haven't
bad in
seen it,
slop.
so I
And
can't-
you know that AI fruit is bad in
I can't speak to it.
slop. And Jarvis Johnson knows that AI fruit is bad in slop. And I think the creator of Love Island Fruit AI knows that AI fruit is bad in slop. Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers. Did we need a 20-minute video of a grown man reacting to this obviously terrible content, normalizing it and offering it free promotion? But something that really stood out to me about this video was his word choice, and something recurring I see in the comments a lot. And it was, if you unironically enjoy this, I'm concerned for you. Did you notice the word choice there? Unironically, implying that if you ironically consume fruit AI content, it's okay and funny. Another creator says, oh, I don't support this. I'm just watching it so you don't have to.
Basically, I'm watching it so you don't have to. You're welcome.
If you catch me enjoying this unironically,
But none of us
I
have
don't
to
think that's
watch it. It's
unfair.
gonna be okay.
I think it's fair. I think that's a fair critique. I think that is a fair critique of Jarvis. I do. I like Jarvis too. I think it's a fair critique.
A common theme on my channel is when is it no longer satire, but reacting to fruit AI for 20 minutes, explaining to the audience who Grapehead and Cherryana are, laughing at a banana with two heads, that is slop content. We're all still watching the content. Just because we're watching and laughing at the AI in a snarky hipster way, and pepper in 3 jokes about how it's 500 degrees outside, it doesn't make us any better than the people laughing at the content on TikTok. It's kind of like if a store is being boycotted, so then you go to the store and buy.
For the Sean mentioned about Platinum Power Hour, listen, my Platinum Power Hours are justified, and you can never convince me otherwise. Don't make me do another one, because I will. I found an entire Twitter thread of stuff he said. I have material. Don't make me do another one.
A bunch of items to review them, and then say you hate them, but you still supported the store, and you ate the entire sandwich. I'm gonna hold your hand when I say this, but if you consumed Love Island Fruit AI through a commentary YouTuber, congratulations, you watched Love Island Fruit AI. And of course there are valid commentary videos on it that don't spend time reacting to AI and being shocked that AI looks like shit and laughing about it. Maybe commentary on mimetic warfare and using humor to normalize industry-destroying technology. But pretty much every commentary video on this is the epitome of low-hanging fruit. Did this need—
That's fair. I think that's fair. I think that is a fair critique. I do. I mean, who said that they would troll ChatGPT, and it's like, what are we doing? Am I crazy to say that's kind of worse than like actually just unironically using it? Like, maybe I just don't understand what that means. Like what does that mean? Like, what does that mean? Like, how do you, I don't know.
to be a video. And again, these are commentary creators that I watch, and I know they use their platforms for a lot of good causes. I can tell you with confidence that they're anti-AI art, but this React content doesn't sincerely convey that, which is my problem. And we see cracks in this quirky commentary, everything's a joke persona on Jarvis Johnson's podcast, where while he's still reacting to AI fruit, he has the self-aware moment admitting that he might be a cog in the machine of this algorithm-maxed content.
What the algorithms have wanted for so long. Like, that is what I'm doing when I'm publishing a video. I am a cog in the machine of continued consumption.
And this problem is not just with Fruit AI Island. This phenomena happens a lot in commentary, criticizing something that is obviously bad and silly. Of course, a TikTok vertical drama is cringe and bad. Of course, AI slop videos are bad. You don't need to react to them. Of course, a book talk book named
I will say,
Daddy's toy is bad. So many of these videos create commentary on something so obvious that it ends up being a long video saying, isn't this obviously terrible thing terrible? For me, it's
I will say, I don't think what she's describing here is inherently immoral, outside of like the AI stuff, because it's also entertainment. You know, I think it's fine for you to laugh at like TikTok vertical dramas. Right? It doesn't have to be a highbrow, like, rhetorical takedown tying back to why we're in this current state of society. Right? It can just be entertainment. And that can be okay. You know? Then the issue is the 20-minute commentary they do. I mean, but how is that like inherently an issue per se? Like, would it be okay if it was just 10 minutes? The problem is that it reaches 20 minutes. Right? I agree with like important and substantive issues.
I
Right?
live like a capitalist every single day.
But it's things like when you're trying to make a point, being like, guys, aren't I deep? Aren't I deep? I'm talking about Kendall Jenner's tank tops. Right? I can see how that's like that is an issue. Think she finds it redundant to even make commentary on it. I don't necessarily agree with that because it can still just be entertainment, you know? She's conflating reaction videos, casual commentary videos, video essays. The line often blurs often, to be fair. I think she's correct about the first guy she talked about, right? And about the AI fruit thing, right? But I don't think it's like a hard and fast rule where it's like, just because other people have talked about it, you can't talk about it. And you have to do a highbrow connecting to a real world political issue with making a commentary video, you know? Like sometimes you should just be allowed to like, hey, we're gonna laugh at some funny TikToks and that can be fine, right? The issue is when you try to talk about and try to position that as like actual commentary, right? When it's like, hey guys, we're gonna talk about the Kendall Jenner white tank top. Ha ha ha, white tank tops. Isn't that interesting? All right, guys. I'm very smart or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I can see that being the case, but like, I think sometimes funny video can just be funny and that's okay. But I think she's correct about when does parody become actually engaging with something? That's true. And people who are like, obviously like, you know, cash grabbing and being like, I want to try to, you know, extend this video out to make money off of that. I understand that as well. But I can see some cases where it's okay to just make a funny reaction video, per se.
Gotten to the point where if I see a Rotten Tomatoes low rating in the thumbnail, I'm not clicking on the video because I know half of the video will be the commentary creator just summarizing a poorly done movie and pointing out very obvious low budget mistakes. And I think this low hanging fruit content succeeds for a couple of reasons. One, it requires very little thought to criticize something that is so obviously bad. You can very easily find a list of things wrong with a god awful movie. And number three, low hanging fruit doesn't take any bravery or nuance to criticize. It will very likely be something that's unsurprising or popular to hate on. Like making a video criticizing, I don't know, JoJo Siwa. You know how nervous I am making this video criticizing a very important genre, which is why this video is taking so long because I want to put a lot of effort in choosing my words carefully and critiquing something worth being criticized. I also want to quickly touch on bad faith commentary, which is something I think goes hand in hand with this low-hanging fruit problem, and it's something that commentary has been doing ever since its inception. A bad faith argument is defined as someone purposefully missing the point in order to make someone or something look bad, or reacting to children's content and being like, this children's content is kind of childish, guys. Like and subscribe. This style of commentary
This
is
is
what
fair.
call not for you or bad faith commentary, where the commentator will react to something clearly not made for them. Children's content, spicy books, romances made for teen girls, and pick it apart almost hyper literally. An example of this is Jake Doolittle, a grown man going to a Kids Pop concert and laughing at how silly and childish it was. Yes, Jake, because it's for kids. With a Z, it's in the name. It is not called Grown Men's Bop. That sounds like a TikTok house that, frankly, I would not want to be involved with. But it almost reminds me of Ben Shapiro reading the lyrics to WAP and taking everything hyper literally. A bucket and a mop sounds like a medical concern to me. And not to be your English teacher again, but this is a skill they taught to us in English classes. I think they taught it in 5th grade. Audience analysis. We would read an article about making a peanut butter jelly sandwich and then answer the question, who is this for? Who is the intended audience?
I think that's fair. I think that's true. I think the difference between like just being like, hey guys, we're going to go to a Kids Bop concert to see how cringe it is or whatever, which is like where cringe content comes from, is different than like, hey, remember this thing that you used to watch as a kid, Kids Bop? Let's see where it is now. And then you do like analysis about like the way that art is declining because of like how corporations adhere so closely to profit margins and not about actually maintaining and creating good art, right? That's kind of the difference there. And so I do think that she is correct and fair about that, right? But I don't think there's inherently something wrong with like you being like, I'm gonna go and, you know, revisit Kids Bop to see if it's still good, so long as it's not being positioned as like a, you know, a piece of commentary. It is a reaction video.
difference. There's a difference between making criticism and being a snarky contrarian purposefully missing the point. And I think this intentionally clueless personality that commentary creators adopt is indicative of this mass wave of ironic culture. Which brings me to my next problem with commentary content, irony poisoning. But this is a problem I notice in commentary where creators will just embrace this unserious ironic persona.
Creators, so don't die is my advice.
Where they're just a silly, goofy guy, and they know their content isn't that good, but they're just quirky like that. I think a notable example of this irony epidemic is one of my favorite YouTubers starting a slop channel on the side as a joke, but now he just uploads TikTok drama react slop on there. Just look at the difference in thumbnail effort and subject matter between these two channels. And it's like, when
is that the Pinely?
Let's TikTok drama react slop on there. Just look at the difference in thumbnail effort and subject matter.
To be entirely fair, not to defend this, but when you can make a 15-minute video, low effort, and get essentially a quarter of the views than your like long form, months long video that you make, I understand where that comes from, you know? I get it. Because over their eyes are trying to defend it. True. I do get it, right? That allows them to keep making good videos. Now, I get the, I mean, it sucks. It does suck that like it is low effort, right? And it does kind of remove the, it kind of what happened with Jarvis, right? Jarvis posts on Jarvis Johnson Gold as his like main thing. Because it probably is less effort. You know? It's less effort, less, daily grind. And you see more of a, like, more output from it. And so it makes sense. But, like, I can see that, like, it's just, like, it's frustrating that this is what the state of YouTube has become. She mentioned that he did it as a joke, ironically, but it ended up not being that. Yeah, but like it's the same thing though. Like, why do you think he kept doing it? He didn't keep doing it as a joke. He kept doing it because it was more lucrative for him to do that instead of doing his main channel. This is why I say it's more of a systemic problem than it is like an individual YouTuber problem. Because that's what YouTube is pushing. YouTube is pushing the short, slop adjacent videos. Right? Because like, especially nowadays, where people aren't watching long videos anymore, right? If you have 100% watch time on a 15-minute video, it's better than having a, 20% watch time on an hour-long video. And so YouTube is rewarding that, and you probably get paid more money than this, even if this is what you want to create. And so it's a frustration. Like, I'm assuming. Maybe they just wanted to make slop videos. I don't know. I don't know these people.
When does the joke cease to be a joke? Like I was talking about earlier, when is it no longer satire? Like this ironic joke is now a whole ass income stream and a regular part of someone's content diet. As a creative, I'm sure he would prefer people to watch the main channel instead. It's super high effort. One of my problems with irony slop is to absolve themselves of criticism or being placed under scrutiny. Some creators claim to be self-aware that they're producing slop content. The Kendall Jenner tank top guy, for example, has an outro that says, lower your standards and subscribe. The self-aware slop creator brags about spending such little time researching topics. They're just a silly, goofy guy. But because they produce slop with a wink and some self-aware irony, they're somehow above the slop they're criticizing. Like we know a channel producing AI content is bad, but is watching a 50-minute video of someone reacting to the slop and merely saying, this is crazy, this is bad, this is slop, much better. And of course, I'm also guilty of this. I belittle myself all the time on this channel, much like Stuart, I belittle myself all the time as a commentary creator so as to not be held to too high or unachievable of a standard. Don't look too closely, I'm just a goofy little gesture online, because the moment people start inspecting your content critically is the moment your presentation, research, and rhetorical skills are on display. I actually wanted to make a video on how both irony and nonchalance are working together to kill art. It's one thing like corporations like Hype to create music that they know is slop, or a billion-dollar company selling plastic bioengineered chicken that they themselves wouldn't eat. But if a creator themselves doesn't even believe in the content they're making, what does that say about the content landscape? And I truly do understand the self-deprecating mindset to an extent, because it can feel vulnerable to present your content as something earnest and, dare I say, intellectual, which is why we self-deprecate, to be humble. But I try to put a lot of time into these videos and try saying things that need to be said so as to not, frankly, disrespect the time of the Douthinators. They're very important people, politically and emotionally. Fun fact, there are more Douthinators subscribed than people in the state of Texas right now. Don't look that up. And to be devil's advocate, of course, this ironic, unserious persona around commentary kind of makes sense because commentary as a genre is inherently unserious. It was created by Vine comedians. Obviously, not everything needs to be a think piece. Here's some pretty unserious commentary videos I enjoyed, but I think the disconnect happens when the line starts comedians. Obviously, not everything needs to be a think piece. Here's some pretty unserious commentary videos I enjoyed.
Gotta start it. I haven't seen any of these. Well, I saw this one from Drew Gooden. Drew Gooden made an appearance.
But I think the disconnect happens when the lines start to blur from comedic reaction video to a social commentary video essay. Commentary naturally forces
True.
you.
Okay. Pure sociality aside, like, ow! Thank you. Ow. But yeah. Didn't she spend the whole time saying everything should be a think piece? Not necessarily. I think I think we have the same take. Right? I think we have the same take on this, which is that like when it's being positioned as a commentary video, when you turn it out as low effort slop, it does a disservice to everybody. Right? And so if it's a funny haha video, then let it be a funny haha video, and that's okay. Right? Which ironically enough, like Drew Gooden's Stranger Things video actually does have a wider point about like the way that, you know, your artistic integrity kind of falls apart once you start making money. But yeah.
You to talk about serious things with this superficial, lighthearted tone. I think the genre also suffers from the opposite problem, where people talk about something completely inconsequential like it's the most important thing in the world, which brings me to the next chapter, the TikTok dramatary creator. And this is a trend I've noticed, but whenever something mildly interesting happens on TikTok, there will be more identical video essays scrambling to cover it than physically possible to watch. Just speedrunning a couple examples of this, Walmart made a heart-shaped cake and TikTok bakers got upset, so now there are nearly 3 hours of video essays breaking down Cakegate. There are hours of commentary videos on this influencer who used fake mascara and got divorced, ? One time, all commentary channels decided to make a video on a small business that sold an overpriced coffee mug for some reason. A girl on TikTok fell in love with her psychiatrist. Admittedly, the most interesting of all of these scenarios, but it was feeding commentary content for a while. And a weird Willy Wonka AI immersive experience that everyone felt the need to react to. It's a whole economy of commentary content that's just TikTok drama. It's like those scandalous tabloid magazines from the early 2000s, except the stories are infinitely less interesting and about everyday people. It's no longer about celebrity secrets or secret pregnancies, but about a small business who made a mistake or a girl who got into a fight with her friend on TikTok. And it all just feels so formulaic and repetitive. For example, the guy who threw the weird Willy Wonka AI event. But after this event, there were so many identical commentary videos recapping the situation in the exact same order, dissecting the same images. Every video ended with, but the rabbit hole goes deeper, he used AI. And it's like, maybe not everything needs to be a rabbit's hole. I'd rather not go into the rabbit's hole, frankly. And this is not an it's not that deep argument. If you know this channel, you know it's always that deep for me. But these—
To be entirely fair though, like, I think this is kind of like not a diss towards smaller creators, but like, it's a lot harder for smaller creators to keep up because they don't have the money, the time, or the resources. And so if a smaller creator sees something that they're like, I want to talk about this. I want to talk about this thing. Like, they don't have the resources or the time to like churn out videos as quickly as these other creators are. So they can't be first to market. You know what I mean? And so they're going to follow a line of people talking about the same thing because they're able to get the video out faster. Right? So I think that there's a little level of nuance in that discussion where it's like, it is frustrating that people are talking about the same exact topic over and over and over again. But like, as a small creator, you just have to like, well, sorry, a bigger creator is going to talk about this, so I can't talk about it. I have to find something unique specifically for me to talk about or whatever. Like, I don't know. It's just kind of it's a hard thing to really engage with. But I do agree that like, I think people do focus a little bit too much on like the silly TikTok drama. You know, coming from me is saying something. But like, from a perspective of like, let me just recap what's going on here kind of thing. Right? At the very least, you can add something new to the space. And I think a lot of videos don't. I think we saw a video recently. We did yesterday. Remember the video we watched or 2 days ago? The pirate software video. And how we were like, this is the same exact thing we talked about 2 months ago. And how frustrating that was. It's like that dynamic, right? Like, if there's something new to discuss or you're adding something new to the discussion, I can see why there would be a new video about this, right? But oftentimes, it's usually just like, hey, a bajillion people talking about this, now I'm going to talk about this. And that's why you get no videos from me, because there's nothing I want to talk about. Because nobody wants to see 15 videos on Grand Platinum, I promise. Unless you do, in which case I can make them.
Creators, for the most part, aren't making deep points. They're just recapping the drama with identical formats. Did we need nearly 5 hours of footage made about this topic? Someone could fart on TikTok, and within 10 hours, we would get 24 identical, bizarre deep dive into Mr. Shit video essays. So with nearly 5 hours of identical Willy Wonka footage, I sat down for 5 hours and watched every single— I'm kidding. This is a 4-minute time lapse of me watching Mark Lee edits. And I understand the appeal of this content as a creator. We are a very drama-oriented society. If I put a TikTok in the thumbnail of my video, I get a little spike in views, a little treat, if you will. But we're treating boring, regular people's drama as tea that we need to be involved in and dissect for up to an hour. And a lot of the time, it's clear that these creators won't even go to the source, but watch another drama video on the topic and then say the same points in the same order. So these drama commentary creators are watching other drama commentary creators make drama videos about TikToks. It's kind of like how AI started feeding itself AI images, and then every image just got covered with this piss yellow tint. I think that's metaphorically happening on commentary YouTube. And this is why commentary YouTube may have been feeling—
Wait, that's what I said about Grand Platinum. We agree. We see eye to eye on this. Also, do you realize that how I went to the source here? I started here, and then I went to the source because I'm really about it.
Luster for some people, because everyone is saying the same thing and they're all covering the same TikTok news story, which are identical in editing style, thumbnail, and main points, down to the HelloFresh sponsorship in the middle of the video. And the identical nature of this content leads to commodification. Let me explain. It is now time for everybody's favorite segment, Doothy explains a business concept, because she's a business major. Because unlike the memes on Twitter, business majors do learn real things in school. For example, sophomore year, we made towers out of dry spaghetti and marshmallows. And mine was the highest. A commodity is not just a good that you purchase, but it's defined as an item easily interchanged with a similar product for an identical consumer experience. By me, I wrote the definition. So table salt is an example of a commodity. You can't charge someone $20 for table salt because Costco salt and fancy French salt are pretty much the same thing. Gas is also a commodity. Gas stations have pretty much the same gas. Petroleum jelly, these things are all commodities because people are more concerned with buying the cheapest version possible than the item's quality. So because you can't charge someone a super high price for an easily substitutable item, the price gets driven lower and lower because sellers know that we have identical options to choose from. The same thing, in my opinion, is happening with these TikTok drama commentary videos. It's content commodified. They're goods that we as—
You know, I would give this video a 10 out of 10 if she used the Marxian definition of commodity, but she did not. Alas, my favorite YouTuber is not a Marxist. Sad-faced.
customers are consuming that feel identical to one another in points, style, packaging, arguments. The viewer gets the same value from each of these uploads. They're
She's a revisionist.
So based on what I just told you about commodities, you should expect a consumer to go with the cheapest possible option. So what is the cheapest option when it comes to commentary content? And I think the answer to that is the most distracting option. Consumers are trying to get the best value for their invested time, and so of all these identical videos, they choose the one that distracts them the most. Through more aggravating snarky false rage, through more overstimulating editing, and on the side of creators, if something becomes commodified, sellers try figuring out how to manufacture it as cheaply and seamlessly as possible. The time and resources put into each video sinks lower and lower until each creator perfectly follows a template that is simple, unnecessarily long, and shallow. Am I sounding too harsh? It's the Teamoification of content. Dare I say, being a commentary YouTuber nowadays sometimes feels like pollution. I also noticed TikTok dramatary creators always act super mad and morally outraged at random people in their videos. I want to highlight a video that I think summarizes this problem really well. Just watch the supercut.
To just act like a total fucking brat, reign to terrorize people and try to ruin people's careers, like a coward, a little crony. Okay, oh my god, these people, they disgust me. Like, they really disgust me.
Now, what do you think she's talking about here?
Who is this person? Who is that? She keeps mentioning people I have no idea who. Kiki Chanel? Who's that? Some white lady? I mean, obviously. Just a million. Okay, what is going on?
Any brands out there that would like to take a micro influencer to Coachella weekend 2?
Okay, can I say? No beef. Genuinely no beef. She looks like a corporate venture capitalist bot influencer. The perfect, like a IKEA, open house background. You feel me? The perfectly clean, sure SM7B. That never happens, chat. I can guarantee it as somebody who owns one.
Please, 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 please. I'll do it. I'm gonna go so bad.
I'm asking you to stop.
So any sweet, amazing brands, I will get down on my knees.
She's flipping it back up. I'm telling you. It's a what's it called? A model house. Are you talking about Brett Cooper? Anyway, let's get back to this.
Leave your guesses in the comments below. I'll give you 10 seconds. I'm kidding. That would kill my retention. She's talking about a bride who removed her makeup on her wedding day because she didn't like it. See how I explained that to you in 10 seconds? This video about TikTok drama is nearly an hour long. An hour of calling the bride a brat, coward, saying she's terrorizing people for removing makeup? This creator's whole account is dedicated to dragging entitled influencers, and honestly, I can get behind that. That is genuinely a noble cause that I support. To a certain point, there's only so much you can criticize before you beat the dead horse, bring the horse back from the dead, and beat the glue. Because horses turn into glue. Deep cut reference. For the horse fandom? What am I saying? It's this weird artificial outrage over strangers' lives. We're not supposed to be this directly involved with the petty drama of randoms. Her video could have been a broader conversation about small businesses and the ethics of public reviews, but all these TikTok dramatary videos hyper-focus on recapping and dissecting a single situation from a surface-level, drama-oriented perspective. And I do watch these influencer takedown videos. Like this YouTuber Hannah Alonso has a series called Influencer Insanity, and she researches her videos really well. She reaches out to first-hand sources, but I can't help but have this weird feeling after leaving a video like this. Like, I just spent an hour listening to a deep dive of this influencer that I've never met and why she sucks, why rage bait is rage bait, and why rage bait is bad. And it's like, I could have maybe not listen to this, but in the moment, a good takedown video like this almost puts you in a trance. Something about it is so satisfying. But these videos thrive off of what I call the peanut gallery effect. If you don't know, the peanut gallery is a term from the 19th century referring to seats in a theater that are the cheapest and furthest away from the stage. Those sitting in the peanut gallery would watch a performance and just say a bunch of snarky things.
Ew.
And I think a successful—
Am I learning something in my YouTube video? Gross. I don't like that. I hate that feeling.
commentary video has to scratch that peanut gallery itch in viewers. In a meta way, we together are in the peanut gallery looking at commentary YouTube. But the peanut gallery is a slippery slope from commentary on a type of person or trope that we observe in society to dramentary, or lazily shit-talking someone. And something else I notice about this peanut gallery problem is it results in snark from creators who don't really have a reason to be commenting on something. It's why the commentary videos on things like the Sydney Sweetie Jeans ad felt so out of place and weird, because the creators are more equipped to talk about TikTok cringe or internet gossip than racially charged political conversations. But when we treat more serious subject matters as TikTok tea or pop culture drama, the creator is stuck in surface skimming territory because they aren't passionate or sometimes even informed about that certain topic. It can turn into surface level explanations, which is slop at best and downright dangerous at worst. It leads to heavy, nuanced topics being carried with quirky commentary, wavy yellow text flippancy. Another huge example and a big reason I'm making this video is book talk commentary. A lot of book talk bad videos are coming from people who don't even read. Yes, book talk has an anti-intellectual problem. Yes, people are reading a lot of slop on there, but there are commentary creators who haven't read a book in years, only to make videos clowning book talk girlies, and it will oftentimes bleed into misogynistic territory. These commentary channels clearly don't really care about preserving
This is true as well.
Art of true literature, and clearly don't care about thoughtful content consumption based on what they're producing, but they're just riding the wave of making fun of girlies under the guise of some moral cause. And I will die on
Which
the
is
hill.
why the only book talk tea or booktube tea I like is when people read Shadversity books and tell me how bad they are. That's what I enjoy.
Slop about book talk can oftentimes be just as bad as book talk slop. I think this aspect of credibility is missing in a lot of commentary content. If Gabby Bell makes a video reviewing Charlie Puth's music course, I'm more likely to listen to her opinion because she actually produces music. If Meredith Navako is one of the many people criticizing a book talk author, I'm more likely to listen to her take because she's an avid reader. If there's a topic I feel like I can't bring at least some meaningful perspective to, I don't feel inclined to make a video. So that was the unabridged video.
That's true. I like that. I agree with that. She didn't really say anything about Kwame Mills. Stop. Well, you don't like I gave birth to my homeboy's baby daddy's child or whatever? I don't freaking know what. Freaking, is it Quan? I thought it was Quan. I don't know, bro. All I know is that it's literally insane titles with AI, freaking, what's it called? I know what you're talking about, Chatter. Don't worry. We're on the same wavelength.
Had upset the commentary creator so much. I think the criticism was pretty fair, but again, this whole video was supposed to be a message to the viewers. Transparently, these creators can make a lot of money, setting a camera down, reacting to bad movies, dating shows, TLC, and TikTok drama. You are the consumer. You have every right to question and criticize the quality of their content. At the end of the day, they may not act like it, but they are rich influencers profiting from your attention, and influencer fatigue can apply to these people as well. Take a break from their content, and even take a break from my content if you feel it doesn't serve you. But a big theme on my channel is thinking and using your brain. If you like them as people, if it's what you listen to as you brush your teeth, and if you're burnt out from the news cycle and need some levity, commentary's fine. I made that point in my original upload. But you do have the right to think and the right to ask, do I have any problems with this? That's a right I'll continue to exercise, even if it ruffles the feathers of some commentary big shots.
I do love the fact that this video would not have gotten as large as it did if, like, commentary YouTubers weren't, like, trying to silence her. It's the Streisand effect, you know? And if you don't know what that is, you're going to learn something in my stream too, chat. It's a reference to Barbara Streisand, who did something, and then something else happened, and then something, and more people paid attention to it. So it's like that happening now.
Because the reality is, their ad revenue, HelloFresh checks, and reaction income is at stake the more thoughtful you are with your content.
Honestly, I do love clowning on the sponsorships from these YouTubers or whatever. I think it's funny. Because I'm never buying Air Up. I'm sorry. I'm never buying Air Up. Never buying HelloFresh. I will indeed buy Factor. I did one time. Or the other one that I bought one time. Was it good? It was okay. It was expensive. I wouldn't recommend anybody buy it. What about BetterHelp? Definitely not BetterHelp, bro. HelloFresh and Factor are supposedly, but a bag is a bag. The one that I did for my stream was called Cook Unity. Again, it was expensive. It was insanely expensive. So again, I would not recommend anybody try it. But it was good. It was good food for the most part. HelloFresh thing HelloFresh and Factor, because HelloFresh owns Factor. We're known for union busting. Never understood those meal to home plans. Can't you just buy those meal ready stuff in grocery stores whenever you come by? Well, it's not. It's marketed to people who don't go to grocery stores, either for accessibility purposes or what have you. I think it would like HelloFresh and Factors or whatever those ready-made meals sent to your home are fine. Or would have been fine before like Instacart and stuff. Right? Those are two competing things that have grown at the same time. And only one can win. Right? Right now, the Instacart, Amazon Fresh is winning. Because the HelloFresh and Factor or whatever, that's so much more expensive. Understanding is that those services are for people who at home a lot and don't want to cook, but also don't want to keep eating typical fast food. Yeah, it's basically it's marketing. It's marketing because the chatter is right. And I remember I saw a TikTok about this yesterday. Some dude bought a pot roast ready-made kit for $15. It made an entire pot roast for $15. All you had to do was just throw it in the pot. And then he bought an extra 99-cent gravy packet and poured it on top. And you have dinner for like a week. $15. Factor costs $100 for like 8 meals. Like, that's it. It's actually more economical. That's not a word. It's more economic. If you just like Instacart yourself one of those pot roast meals than just buying like HelloFresh or whatever. Don't talk about Instacart on Twitter, they'll call you Hitler. I mean, genuinely speaking, I would prefer you Instacart before like buying like a ready-made meal package service. Or genuinely. Also, chat, should I go play Magic at my local game store tonight? Do you think I'll win with my my very sick and awesome cats and elves green and white deck that only has cards for the starter set? What format? I think it's standard. Is chat teaching you Commander? We'll play Commander one day on the second channel. So if you want to play Commander against me, you have to actually, we'll probably have a sign up form. But Friday was Commander night? No, they're playing standard. I looked. So I want to play Commander. But I don't have a deck. I could probably buy a deck. But I bought all these cards already. Hold on. Also, okay, hold on. Wait. You want to see my sick and awesome? I have a cool little cool box. Yeah. I have a problem. I went to Best Buy because I needed to buy a battery for my camera, which I bought, but then I realized I don't have a battery charger, so I need to buy that as well. And I got, hold on.
Sean the Black says she's my African princess.
I got an avatar deck. I finally got it, chat. Because of my Roku card. Like, it's Roku. It's cool. I also have a Sokka card in here. It's Sokka. Your favorite Avatar Last Airbender character? Ooh, Toph. By far. Any TMNT cards? No. I've heard bad things about the TMNT set. Philly had them, I just didn't buy them. I heard about the Canvas data breach. I didn't talk about it yet. Which I'm so glad I haven't got. I didn't even sign up for Canvas because I don't even have my email yet. So I can't be impacted by it. But you know, L for those of you who are. L indeed. What else? I think I got a cool card as well. See if I can find it. Look at this card. It's a guy who's smoking. Can I get into Yu-Gi-Oh? I hate Yu-Gi-Oh. Anyway, I have more cards in here, but also I have, okay, hate is a strong word. I don't hate Yu-Gi-Oh. I'll also put the rest of the cards in this binder. I was too lazy to find sleeves for all of them. What's my favorite card in here? There's a lot of foil cards. They're pretty chill. I hate red cards. Red cards are bad. Red decks are stupid. And so are blacks. The black cards. The black cards are dumb. I hate the cards that are black.
Consumption. And to any commentary creators watching this upset about my original video, wondering what my intentions are with this upload, I'm not trying to destroy or replace you or network with your enemies. I don't know where this idea that criticism is hate was born. Criticism doesn't need some weird ulterior motive. My intentions with this channel have always been to create an audience of critically thinking people. I've been fighting irony, nonchalance, cringe, and above all else, brain off culture since my channel was born. If you don't like something, just keep it to yourself, just let people enjoy things, is probably the response I'll get from this. Because as a commentary creator, you're incentivized to have people not question the content you're feeding them. It would be easier if the critics just kept things to themselves. But I'll continue to be the person who criticizes my favorite books, my favorite artists, and the genre that I'm a part of, because on this channel, it's always that deep. Now for the original feel-good ending that I had written before. So this video is a little bit overdue, and I have no excuses. I made all of these puppets by hand. The set took me a super long time to make, and this was probably the most challenging video I had ever worked on. It took me an insane amount of time, and I have hours of unused footage and talking points that I had to cut from this video, so maybe I'll upload them to Patreon. Stick around for that. And I know I don't have the most regular upload schedule, but the fact that anyone is watching this right now means a lot to me. Whether it's 200 Duthinators or 300 Duthinators. I am mere 30 minutes from hitting upload on this video. I've been working on this for 8 months, so I am so excited to finally be done. Much love to everybody. Shout out to my Patreons, Ari and Shiva, and I will see you guys very soon with a new upload. Bye!
So yeah, mono black is cool. I don't like the black decks. And yes, it is because they're black. Dex, obviously. Yeah, I agree for the most part. Okay, so at the 65, does actually go back to the video, funnily enough. So we're gonna go back to what he's talking about. Like mono green too.
20% of the video is criticizing me.
I'm re-uploading this video that I spent 8 months on to implore you, the viewer, to watch this and form your own opinion. Was I too harsh or a comment?
20% of the video actually wasn't even about him, by the way, which is kind of funny. He got big-headed. Is his video still up? Mark Insco.
Commentary YouTubers scared that people are waking up to slob content.
Okay, so this is a purposeful misrepresentation of the facts, and Duthie knows it. She somewhat clarifies herself in a pinned comment, believes in the fact that she was fundamentally scared into compliance by this apparent group chat of rich and powerful commentators. The reality is that her original video was a collaboration with another YouTube commentary creator, Saji Sharma, who also promoted the video himself on his own YouTube channel and Instagram. Saji, who is a friend of Duthie, is also in a group chat with...
Wait, am I getting drama pilled? Am I getting drama pilled? The tea is getting hot.
Some of whom were understandably taken aback by him participating in and promoting a YouTube video thumbnail depicting some of them and or their friends as clown marionettes whose strings, I guess, are being pulled by big commentary. With the words, shut up above. I'm not in that group chat, by the way. I guess I don't have enough juice, to get into the commentary Illuminati, but that's okay. But it's not an Illuminati. It's a group chat of people who are peers and friends.
It is an Illuminati. I'm not in that group chat. I don't know none of these motherfuckers. I'm gonna let them cook, and then I'm gonna give my personal opinion, but first I'm gonna let them cook. And one thing I wanna say is, it is an Illuminati. It's not Illuminati like on some secret society shit, but like being in those and being like connected to these other large creators does create consolidation of power, maybe. I mean, generally speaking, that's just what happens with clout. I'm in multiple group chats. I'm in group chats with all the OG cornbread motherfuckers. I'm in group chats with...
Wait, I'm not in that one either. Man, I suck. I'm terrible at making friends. I am in exactly 0 group chats, by the way. I don't get invited to any of these things. So, in case you're wondering, if you're like, Sean, are you a part? I'm not a part of any of these group chats. Reach out? No, do you see the drama that's going on right now? I think I'm clear. I'm in the clear by not being a part of any group chats, bro. People are like, Sean, how do you keep avoiding being in drama? Because I'm not a part of any group chats. You avoid all of the bad stuff and all the good stuff, but like all the bad stuff explicitly. Get your name out there? Not really. I'm going to be gone in a few months anyway, so that's fine. It's Joe.
Homies that I like. I'm in group chats with Nebula group chats, which connected me to other big YouTuber group chats, OG Breads. I'm in a lot of group chats, right? And for the most part, I don't see nothing crazy, but I also don't be in there. But to act like the group chats are benign, perfect example. Remember when the dislike bar disappeared? I saw that coming. I knew it was gonna happen, and I'm not gonna front. I was like, yeah, that's a good idea. And it's only used to harass and harangue minority and marginalized creators. And I'm not gonna name names, but some of your favorite big YouTubers were very much against this shit with all kinds of whack ass.
Am I crazy to be like, you should name names? Maybe I'm saying that because I'm drama. Maybe that's why I'm not in these group chats. Maybe that's why I'm not in these group chats, bro. Because I'm just like, bro, you should name. I would name names if I'm being entirely real and honest. Like, I'm a little bit messy. Okay, sorry. I am a little bit messy. I'll take that. I'll eat that. Ow, my knee. Would be in there starting the pot. Actually, I wouldn't. I'd be in there like a fly on the wall. Okay, I'm not helping my chances of getting in these group chats, bro. I will be real though. I'm not a big enough creator anyway. For most of these group chats. Oh, my freaking leg hurts, bro. I cracked my knee and it hurts. Okay, we're good. We're good. think. Ow.
Arguments on some libertarian bullshit. So on the flip side, right? I'm in community with creators where another community of creators I'm in, they don't fuck with each other. Bellamy knows what I'm talking about. And this is like various different angles, right? There's people I like that people I also like don't like them people. And I think that's good. The people I still fuck with have never came to me like, why do you fuck with X? And people I don't fuck with no more in prior times consistently been like, stop fucking with X. X is this, X is that. You can't fuck with X, Y, and Z. And it wasn't Hassan. Hassan is never, I fuck with a lot of people that cannot stand Hassan. That's why I get tired of talking about that motherfucker. Cause like people be coming to me like I'm Hassan's manager. I text with Hassan once every couple of months. I go on that motherfucking stream once a year, maybe. And niggas act like I'm Hassan's handler. Like, unless it's like some super problematic shit or it's deeply personal, this should not have caused a problem. Especially from a small creator. It'd be different.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. It's kind of like the new kid on school being like, I didn't like that Chad and Rebecca stepped on my shoes. And so Chad and Rebecca started to organize like a flag on the flagpole to like call out that person by name or something. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of unnecessary. Like you're the popular kids. You have all the numbers and stuff. There's no reason for you to be like, I'm gonna take this person down. You know?
If like I knew Lindsay Ellis was about to drop the big H-Bomber guy is bad and here's why video, right? When it's like big audience drama, some shit, then I'd be like,
hey, y'all might need to think that through. Y'all talk it out, whatever, or that's...
Because that does mean something, right? H-Bomb ended a nigga's career on the timeline.
This is true.
You know what I'm saying?
He did do that. People forgot about that. He still ain't come back. James Somerton does try to come back sometimes. He still ain't come back. Who? James Somerton. Y'all don't remember that? The plagiarism guy. It has 41 million views.
Professional editor 6 times. This is...
The funniest part is that he did it. Half of this video was about something else, and he was like, oh, and by the way, bro, if you watch this video with no spoilers, it was beautiful. It was a beautiful thing to witness. If you genuinely watch this video with 0 spoilers, it was beautiful to witness. Where you got to this part, and he was just like, actually now, this video is about James Somerton.
You claim from the writings and the time I had the breakdown and worked backwards. We understand why this shit is wrong now and the damage it can do. The piles of money people make from stealing other people's words and ideas and work. But there's one group more important than historians or journalists or anyone else with a real job, and that's gay people. You know what's worse than stealing from established journalists who in the end are doing okay? Stealing from small queer writers or creators from marginalized groups who weren't even paid for their work in the first place. Stealing from the writings of dead people who passed away doing the activism you pretend to do. Stealing from the very people who fund your videos, the people you claim to be defending. This video is about James Somerton.
Like, it's a good twist. It is. It is a good little twist. What's H-Bomber's Quantum Palisade, though? That is a very good question. I'm not gonna defend him on that front. Like, yeah, you're correct. You're right. Also, probably why I'm not in those group chats as well, because I would call people out for that kind of stuff. Dang. Maybe I should be nicer to people. Maybe then I'll get in group chats. Because wouldn't it be cooler to get in group chats and then get kicked out than to just never be in them in the first place? Think about that. And to be more cowardly. More cowardly with the purpose, though. Yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to do that, Chad. If y'all know me, if you have watched me for... You know that I'm not going to do that, you know? I've had the chance to be more polite and to be more cowardly. When have I ever chosen that option? Ever in my entire life. For the last 3 years of creating content, it's literally never happened. So, actually, H. Bomber has 4 tweets on Palestine. Okay. Wait, what? He just wanted to an account that I blocked. Why did I block this guy? He has 32 followers. Why did I block this guy? Probably because he was annoying on the timeline to me. Hold on, let me check. Sean the Black. Nope, he hasn't talked to me. I don't know why I blocked this guy. Anyway. Oh, that's not a good tweet. This is a bad tweet. I think. Or it is a good tweet. I can't tell. I mean, these are like... These are fine. His tweets on Palestine are fine, but like, not the tweets that you would expect from a person in the midst of a genocide, you know. But like overall, they're not like pro-Israel tweets. But I do think he should say more.
No, I'm not saying small creators can't beef. I'm saying big creators should never beef with small creators, especially behind the scene. They definitely shouldn't pull shit like this. What's considered small, middle, and big? So small is anything under 100K. You're small.
Oh, no. Got cooked.
No shade. No shade. But if you're under 100K, you're small. Medium-sized creator is like 300K to like, well, 100 to 300K is medium size, and large is like 500K and above. And then there's like the super giants. I don't even know, like, I don't know, fucking Mr. Beast or some shit, but I don't even be thinking about them, right? If you're a large creator and a small creator throws rocks at the throne, you got to take that shit on the chin. Not just on some moral shit, on some like, to me, that
I
shit.
agree with this. I do agree. I agree. That's why I see it all the time. Right. This is something actually Hassan did this a few days ago. Which the chat still doesn't understand. And he had to tell the chat to chill out. But the chat will just send him a creator that has like 200 followers. And be like, Hassan, react to this creator. They don't like you. And it's just like, why would you do that? Why do you care? This person has 200 followers. You have more followers than they do. Like, it's one thing if it's like somebody who's like getting a lot of motion or whatever, and you're responding to their argument or whatever. But like, Shoehead or whatever. No. Not even. Shoehead has a bunch of followers. Shoehead has like 1 million followers on or subscribers on YouTube, right? I'm not even talking about Shoehead, right? Just like some like random threads links or whatever. That's just like, I don't really like this Hassan guy or whatever. You're just like, what are we talking about? You know what I mean? So I do agree that like at a certain point you gotta kind of just eat it, right? But this is what I will say in response. If you are a small creator, don't expect every large creator to be magnanimous. If a large creator does respond right? If a large creator does, like if you're clapping at a large creator and they clap back, should they do it? Probably not, right? But like, you can't then be like, you know, pull the joke of like, you know, I'm a minor. You why are you responding to a minor on Twitter? Like, you were tweeting at that person first. You know, like, that's what you were doing. So there is a little bit of a, you know, a little bit of a give and take. But for the most part, right, you should not be like plotting behind the scenes to like take down a smaller creator. That's very silly.
Just cold shit. You got to take that on the chin for the good of your own channel, for the good of your own actual work. Because the truth of the matter is, small creators critiquing you is not going to affect you. And the minute you say something back to them, it actually helps them out. If you want to like squash beef and talk to a person privately, I'm not going to tell people not to do that. I've done that. But if you're privately trying to squash a smaller creator on some kingpin shit, I think that's whack. But I'm just saying, I think it's whack. If you are behind the scenes and you're a larger creator and a smaller creator says something about you that you don't like and it's true, then I can't fuck with that. But I just want to point out, the Illuminati shit is real.
That you've set loose on them. I have people in my community posts telling me to drop the group chat name. I've lost hundreds of subscribers. I'm sure the people who are actually in this thumbnail and who have much larger fan bases are dealing with an even more unhinged reaction. Doothy, your now sizable fan base is all asking you to name names, and I agree. And with that out of the way, I will actually give your critiques themselves the time of day. Because in addition to you straight up mistruthing for clicks.
All right, so I'm not on his side now. I'm not on his side right now. Yeah. I lost hundreds of subscribers. What the fuck? Hundreds of subscribers? It's never fun. I'm gonna keep it real. It's never fun to have people talking shit about you that you can't avoid. And y'all see this video up here. I'm not gonna name names. Y'all see this motherfucker here, right? That I gave a little time to try to watch. This shit happens.
Okay, what video is that, chat? Come on, you know. The link is down there. So what do you have to tell me? Just like, you don't even have to like put it in the chat or anything, but like just send me like a Discord DM about what the video. I just need to know, okay? I just want to know. Is it so wrong? Okay, yeah, okay. It's bad banana. That makes sense. That makes sense. Say no more. That's all I needed to know. All I need to know. I think FT's doing exactly what he needs to do. Exactly. This is what he's doing. Exactly what I say people should do. Remember, like, I don't remember, it was like months ago when like Bad Banana came after me, and I was like, yeah, I just blocked him. Because then I said, I think everybody should just do that. They should just block him because it's easy. It's easy, and then it's like whatever. You know what I mean? Just be like, okay, block, and then you move on. Right? Giving him the response is what he wants. He is like an Ethan Klein. I also did see him like copyright striking people on Twitter. Right? I don't know if y'all saw that. He was like I'm gonna copyright strike you and bankrupt you or something like that. And someone responded, was like, Ethan Klein when he's losing an argument. You should just left as Ethan Klein. Bad Banana's not even a leftist though. I don't know what Bad Banana identifies as. Like third worldist, maybe. I don't even know if he identifies as a communist. I don't know what his like identity, like his like political affiliation is. He's just a freak.
This shit happens. And so I got that dude in my comment section. Not that dude. I got that dude's fans in my comment section. The block game is strong. It's not fun to see
Exactly. Exactly. W.
Lie about you and you really can't say nothing. I get that. I'm with you on that. I might respond to a tweet here or two or a comment here or two. Never gonna respond with my actual algorithm on the line. But never have I been worried about losing a couple of hundred subscribers, even when I had a couple of hundred subscribers. These niggas did not lose a substantial amount of subscribers based off that video. That's cap. So I'll just put that out there now. But moving on.
The idea that
I believe that they lost it based on the reaction. I don't think he did. Genuinely. Yeah, no, he got 3,000 from since this was uploaded. He went from 167,000 to 170,000. Right? So like he's up in that regard.
Would want to silence you for this video in which you say basically nothing is absurd.
The TikTokification of the bizarre deep divification rabbit hole retrospective.
God, I really am cute as a Muppet though.
I'm sure we've all come across
At
some
least he's
video that
letting
promises to be some
clear that
grand
she kinda
intellectual
ate with
piece
that.
about the ification of an industrial complex, perhaps, but it ends up just being more reaction, meme, surface skimming, lighthearted commentary instead of actual substance. I want to highlight
Of the overconsumptionification of the TikTokification video essay, but then turned out to be surface level commentary. Well, let me put up my title and thumbnail for that video, and I'll let you all decide if I was signaling with that this was a substantive, serious video essay that Duthie was about to watch. As a matter of fact, let me play the first 10 seconds of this video, and you tell me if a reasonable person would assume that they were just sitting down for an intellectual masterclass. What's up, folks? Come on, man.
And the reason I chose this video is not to drag this creator specifically.
Well, it kind of feels like I'm being dragged specifically.
But it's because he said something really interesting twice throughout the
Oh,
video.
he's like he's so he's like a little baby. He's like a little baby.
Now, okay, so I want to hold him here because he's not that much bigger than her. He's 170K subs, and her video is about to hit 1 million views in the next couple of weeks. I'm not going to hold him for wanting to respond. And here's a lesson I had to learn the hard way. When you mention someone's name in content, there's no way to do that with care. Who the fuck are these people? Bellamy, I'm finding out just as quickly as you. You can be as respectful and nice and positive as you want. If you mention someone's name in content, in any way criticize them, you are creating a negative force going towards them. And as I showed y'all, what was the dude's name? Akumaku, the Attack on Titan dude, which by the way, I was right. Quick side quest. Hold up. I'll do this now. Quick side quest. Oni, cut. All right, so cut back, Oni. I was just making the point that I'm not, even though so far I'm not really with my guy here, whenever your face pops up on a video and it's somebody else talking about you and they're not agreeing with you or just quoting you or something, it's never fun. And so I don't begrudge people for wanting to defend themselves. I just always warn people that whenever you get into online beef, all you're doing is getting married in the eyes of the algorithm. And you can't control, no matter how much you say don't do X, Y, and Z thing, people are gonna do X, Y, and Z thing. You can't control people's behavior.
Dave Legend, Dave with the raid. What's up? We're learning about some YouTube drama stuff that's happening.
You can only control when you upload. All right.
All he says.
And since I still have to burn at least 5 more minutes in this
What's
video,
up? Hello.
let's go deep. Let's trace the origins of this contagion for no other reason than I need to stretch this video out for watch time.
I'm sorry. Is it illegal to be hilarious now?
Now, this creator is what I like to call the surface skimming, rather than actually going deeper or down a rabbit hole.
Nah, nigga, we know it. It's funny, but it's also lampshading. We'll come back to it.
I made a 15-minute long video about a dumb TikTok trend that, as you play back, I myself repeat throughout the video, I think is silly and dumb. I would respect you telling me that if I don't think it's important, then I shouldn't make the video, which I would also disagree with. I think entertainment and having fun can be, it's a means to an end of itself. But instead, you argue that I should have stretched the video even longer by turning it into a TikTokification of the tank topification video essay, which is also slop, Duthie, and, you yourself make fun of it in this video. So,
all right, I'm with him here. I'm kind of with him here. This is my criticism of the video. So, and it's not me criticizing to be negative towards what she's feeling. It's critiquing just to hopefully help her better understand the problem that she feels like she's seeing. She's smart now. You know what? I'm gonna use myself. You know, one of the compliments that I love getting the most.
Upper shit was good as well.
It's when radical niggas tell me they used to watch me. It's when I meet someone engaged in real political action or real political education or real political organizing, and they say they used to watch me. Shout out to the homie CJ the Radical. If you on TikTok at all and you follow the hardcore political spaces, then you might know CJ.
Oh, CJ was in some drama too. Yeah, okay, I know the CJ drama at least a little bit. CJ got into some drama with some other people. I think Khalil was one of those other people as well. Because CJ's always in drama. I deleted TikTok, so I don't see any of this anymore. This is all old news. But it's about like China. CJ called China like neo-imperialist, and people were like, "You're like a CIA op, because you're saying that China is neo-imperialist. You don't know what imperialism is." It went back and forth. It was a stupid conversation because it was mostly just semantics. It was mostly semantics over like, what does it mean to be like imperialist, and is what China is doing in Africa imperialist or neo-imperialist in nature, or is it like benevolent, or is it something in between? And it was a very dumb conversation because he was like, it's neo-imperialist. They were like, yeah, imperialism, that's not what it is. You're actually a CIA op, and it devolved from there. It's definitely not imperialist. There is a again, it depends on how you define the term neo-imperialist, right? Or neo-imperialism. Like that, it literally is, it depends on how you define the term. And that's kind of the problem, is because it really depends on how you define it. And so that's kind of how the issue kind of played out, right? Because I don't think CJ was like incorrect in that, like, what CJ was saying was effectively, China is not in Africa for some benevolent reasons, and they're there to get something out of it, right? And that, to a certain extent, could be seen as resource extraction differently, but not analogous to Western imperialism and Western resource extraction, right? Which makes sense, but he didn't say that. He said China was neo-imperialist, right? And then on the other side of it, people were saying that China is objectively better than the Western forces, the Western imperialist forces, and categorizing China as imperialist or neo-imperialist is diminishing China to the level of Western nations, and is doing the work the CIA is trying to do by discrediting China's efforts in Africa, which is also correct. But it only discredits what CJ was saying, but not what CJ meant. Which is why it's a semantic conversation, right? Because nobody was actually talking about the actual important part of the conversation, which was the actual dealings that China was doing and the trade agreements that they were taking with like with African nations. Got mad he didn't glaze China, that is all it is. No, he could have communicated better. He could have communicated better. For sure. Not a great format for that kind of convo, to be honest. No, I agree. Said on both sides were annoying. I mean, that's kind of how it usually is for the most part. What would the world look like if the West had to form diplomatic relationships rather than a coercive one? I mean, that's true, and that's correct, right? But there is also an argument that, you know, China is also still getting something out of this agreement, right? And they still have an uneven level of power over these countries. So therefore, it could still be exploitative, definitionally, right? And if you want to define that as neo-imperialism, I think you can do that. I think it's reductive, personally, because of this conversation that happened. But none of this actually matters, quote unquote. Because like, this is like old TikTok drama, but like, I think the language that you use does matter. And when we're having conversations, if everybody's coming in good faith, right? Then we should be able to analyze whether or not China is like taking advantage of Africa. That's what the conversation is, right? The conversation is China taking advantage of these African nations and the fact that they are in this position of lesser power in this dynamic. That's what the conversation is. That's not the conversation that we had, because it was around whether or not China was technically imperialist, neo-imperialist, or not at all imperialist. Which is why it was silly. That's why it was a silly conversation.
When I talked to CJ, he basically said, I used to watch you, and then as I kept going, you were not.
Reminds me of when Christian was defending Madeline, but his in defense mentioned that he thought North Korea was dictatorship and everyone hopped on him. Yeah. Including Madeline over it just because, just completely moved from the point of the video. Yeah. That's how he became the butcher of Pyongyang. Where they were saying Christian, like, killed, like, billions of North Koreans or something. I don't remember the discourse, bro. It was weird. It was a weird conversation. I don't freaking know. But that's exactly what that's exactly what happened here, right? It's just like, it turns into something entirely different because you're interacting between 1 minute TikToks. You stitch somebody who stitched somebody else, who stitched somebody else, who stitched somebody else, who, let's be entirely clear, none of them are watching the entire video anyway. None of them are watching the entire video. They're not. They're literally, they get tagged in the video. They watch the first 10 seconds. They're like, I'm stitching this. And then they stitch it and they reply. That's it. That's all that happens. Because it's TikTok. Which is why I don't post that videos anymore.
Radical enough for me, so I move beyond. You are not radical enough for me, so I move beyond you. Damn it, that means I'm doing my job. If I got you to think about capitalism differently, or class differently, or anything differently, because you watched me talk about black villains for an hour and a half, if you heard me talk about old school hip hop, or incels, or interracial relationships, or Black Panther, if I introduce you to Pan-Africanist scientific socialism and real Pan-Africanist thought in a video about a Disney product, and you was like, oh, I fucks with this nigga, I fucks with this nigga. But like after a couple more videos, you was like, you know what? I just finished reading Fanon. I just finished reading George Jackson, and you not really like in there like I need you to be in there. And so you went beyond me to the point where my surface level, entry level shit doesn't quite do it for you anymore because you're doing real work. That's a huge compliment to me. YouTube is designed to the point where I have 1.2 million subscribers, right? But 200, 300,000 of those subs haven't watched me in a year. It's just the nature of the beast. Yeah, I would appreciate if niggas didn't shit on me for making surface level shit, because those are people that haven't quite figured out their fucking role in this shit yet. Like, that would be nice. You know what I'm saying? And this is very much a Gen Z, Gen Alpha thing, because I don't know who any of these motherfuckers are. This is like going back and being like, well, you know, Sesame Street was actually really low level intellectually. Its quality does not intellectually stimulate me anymore. You're an adult now. TikTok nonsense isn't as entertaining to you. So hearing people analyze TikTok to you is trivial and mundane, and it should be. But to like some 15-year-old...
I mean, I agree with it. This was actually my critique with this video as well, right? Which is that, like, I think that, you know, which is kind of funny, we came to the same conclusion, right? Me and FD came to the same conclusion.
Okay, so a couple of days ago,
me and FD came to the same conclusion, which is that, like, sometimes entertaining content can be entertaining, right? And that's fine to a certain extent. I think a lot of her points are correct, right? In that there are a lot of people who make very surface level commentary videos and just kind of leave it at that because it makes them the money. I think that's a fair critique, but there are people and there is content that can just be entertaining, and that's all right. You know?
14-year-old that's trying to make sense of the world, that's trying to avoid getting sucked into like an alt-right pipeline or some red pill shit, or basic consumerism, or is dealing with identity issues, or trying to avoid getting sucked into a fad or a trend, the TikTokification of such a citation of buttification might be a really important video for that 14-year-old. So don't shit on it. That's shitty. Don't shit on that video. Don't shit on the people making that content. Yeah, it's slop. Yeah, this dude, Mark Insko, is a slop tuber. He is. But it means something to the people who are at this stage of the game, which is most people. The thing I don't
necessarily agree with that point. Just because people do identify it does not mean that it's inherently like uncriticizable. If that makes sense? Like, you can and should. I think it's where it comes like where critique is different than just criticism. Right? As in, like, critique is like criticism with a purpose. It's kind of how I define it. And this video is mostly just criticism. It's mostly just like, this thing is bad. It's not doing what it's supposed to do. It's not critique. It's not purposeful. It's not, this is bad and this is how it should be kind of thing. Right? As it pertains to like this guy specifically. It is more like analyzing the state that things are on. I think they're at. I mean, like, there's a problem here, but not like addressing that problem. Right? But I think for what it is, it's fine. And she should not have been dogpiled on or, you know, been sent to the back rooms because of the video. I think that's also silly. Right? This is an hour long. Does he react to the entire video here? He does. This one he has a good timestamp. We'll take a little look-sees. I think she's gonna land on something, but didn't really go anywhere after, which didn't deserve retaliation. Yeah, I think it's very silly. Start before start? Where?
I've been off for a while.
I have a dream.
Just because I've been doing real life leftist stuff.
Know your oppressor or the British Crown Company. Your community.
I don't know if y'all know, but I actually do try to do coalition building in real life. And there's this community kind of grassroots organization called 7gen, styled after the Black Panthers. You know what I mean? With food kitchens that delivers 300 meals every Sunday. They have a gardening initiative. So they're bringing like the whole community into this, right? By utilizing the free space they have to make food for the relatives. And I don't know if y'all know this, but you can actually make 200 pounds of food off of 1/4 of an acre. And we have around 30 different people signed up to this. So we have a lot of acres of land, right? That should last us all the way through the winter, and that should feed our unhoused population through that too. And that's what I've been doing in real life, right? 7gen. Starting those initiatives, marketing them, doing all that good stuff. So I'm a little sorry for stalling because like I love YouTube commentary, right? I love coming on here. I love talking to y'all. In fact, like y'all actually helped me make 7gen, right?
Better than me. I hate y'all. I'll leave first chance I get.
Without this platform, I would not have the funds to start 7gen, right? Y'all fundraised around 30K
wait, that was me.
For me. Like y'all fundraised 30K for me, fam. And then I was able to assemble these food kitchens and these ideas because I had the material means to do it, right? So I'm never gonna be hating on y'all, the audience of YouTube, because I feel like when we talk about the commentary problem, like even leading into the topic of this video, when we talk about the commentary problem, we kind of look at leftism and its praxis in a very boxed lens, the same way we look at voting, right? Like the Liberal Party, the right party, right? The way we look at someone like Clavicular versus someone like Hassan, right? Two very different sides of a spectrum.
Oh, this is
but
actually a
they're-
good point. After this, there is a good video that I want to see from Hassan about the two-party system in voting that people on Twitter don't like. But I think I saw the caption of it. I think I would agree with it, with some of it, and disagree with some of it. But I think it's a good conversation to have. Or the two-party system. I actually went to an event yesterday, hosted by my city, and I talked to some city officials. They're old, bro. They're freaking old. The city council in my city are old people. No offense to them, but like they're old. They're old, and they've been in their seats for like 20 years for the city council and the county commission. And I'm just like, gosh, freaking darn, you're old people, bro. It wasn't 30. They're not 30. I can tell you that much. They are not 30. But it was about the community, and like it was about like how to like protect community investments and like small business ventures in the community, while also maintaining like growth in the community and like bringing in. Because if you don't know, Charlotte's one of the biggest cities in. This is like 14th biggest city in the country now, but like the biggest city in North Carolina, and it's one of the biggest growing cities. And so there's a lot of influx of businesses, and how do you keep that community-centered approach with that also happening? And they made me wear a freaking dress shirt, bro. Business casual. Ugh. Gross. Anyway, it was an interesting thing.
They're created entities for a reason, right? Clavicular is clavicular because of a concerted effort of eugenics policies in these circles of MGTOW movements, in these circles of everyday men's circles online, that has translated into a plausible figure, right? That has manifested into clavicular. Clavicular is the logical explanation of online rhetoric surrounding manosphere politics in the modern day, you could say, right? Hassan is that for the Liberal Party, right? And I don't think Hassan's politics end at the same point the Liberal Party does. This new metric of online politics is something to behold, right? Because y'all helped me make an organization like 7gen styled after the Black Panther parties in one of the whitest rural cities ever, right? Saskatchewan. Y'all did that for me, right? I don't think that there's no way praxis, I don't think that praxis is this thing that can't be done on the internet. Praxis can be done on the internet. But it's the way creators subjectively use these melds of leftist ideals, I guess, to push narratives. And other creators individually, subjectively do it to put money in their own pockets. I mean, like, this is sort of my job too, right? Commentary is a job that puts money in my pockets and whatnot. But this becomes a very slippery slope with the monetization of orators, right? When I think of leftist orators, the first person I think of is actually not Hassan, or like that cracker ass Destiny, or like Asmin Gold, right? When I think of political orators, the first people I think of are people like Assata Shakur, MLK, Malcolm X, like people that were actually outside and conjoined with organizations who were fighting for the greater good. So to say, we're not at that in the modern day. Our orators subjectively push messages against, I guess, aspects of the imperial society.
I mean, even the few like in-person orators that we do have are like thrown away by like the white leftist movement when they don't co-sign their favorite politicians, as we talked about earlier today with Chris Smalls. Hey, full circle. Full circle. So
we live in when we're in the belly of the beast in their own different ways. Some people do it in a very liberal way. A majority of content creators on the left side, I would say, do it in the very liberal way, where we poke the bear, but we don't burn it, right? We're not telling you to go raid the White House, but we provide plausible critique on an everyday level of contemporary politics, right? Not to say all leftists should be outside organizing, but this is why an FD signifier is lumped into the same political sphere as like a ContraPoints who met up with a literal warlord. You know what I'm saying? These people definitely don't have the same politics, but these.
I think that's a good point. Where I think it's interesting because we've arrived at the state where like she collaborated with Hillary Clinton. Like she like it's like a huge Hillary Clinton stan. He was saying, but it sounds like just sitting inside and yelling. I agree overall with what he said. He's not saying that like it's not like a slight at Hassan specifically. This is not even like a slight at Hassan at all, right? Like this is more about like the way that we position current leftist critique and not even leftist critique, but the current political engagement holistically and how it differs from the more, what's the word? Not contemporary, the opposite, historical. The more historical forms of that engagement. Right? And it is slightly different.
These people are in the same branch of leftist commentary because of the way it's allowed to be monetized on this platform. So I gotta say, first and foremost, the problem with commentary, when I'm speaking about commentary in a political sphere, is how adjacent, I guess, to white identity it is, right? You see it in all the content creators that come out of these political spheres. Their warm takes are a result of their politic that appeals to the most eyes possible in a algorithmic metric. You know what I'm saying? And that just turns out not to be people like me. That turns out not to be black leftists or things to that degree because of the ways, I guess, one, are stripped materially. To stream, you have to have a $3,000 streaming setup, damn near, right? You have to have a good laptop, you have to have a good camera, you have to have a good microphone. And black people as a whole are disadvantaged in a number of ways, which just make it a bit more easier for white creators to get a step up or a foothold up ahead of other creators. Secondly, messaging.
I mean, I really get the point.
I don't.
But like, okay, y'all are so interesting. Like, the point is generally correct. There are more barriers of entry to content creation in general from like when comparing white creators and black creators. That's the overarching point that's being made. That point is correct.
I want to get too much people mad here because a lot of these commentary creators are actually like my friends too, right? Like I don't want to fire at people by proxy just from the way I'm anonymously talking about this political sphere of commentary, right? I love Saji. Saji's been my friend for a long time and actually has helped me fundraise for 7th I love Nikki Carry-On for a number of things they do. Noah Sampson for a number of things they do, from how they've helped platform me and a number of other people. So much damn people in the commentary sphere I think are genuine good people. As I've been moving through this process of YouTube, you know.
I will say for Noah Sampson, it's so interesting because like Noah Sampson is like the exact opposite of what was discussed in this video. Because Noah Sampson actually used to make a bunch of like normal commentary stuff. I don't know if y'all remember that. Like Noah Sampson, like, I mean, so if you see this video, like the Manosphere Returns video, it's like a return to like that kind of style of content. And before, Noah Sampson used to make videos like, you know, TikTok's ultimate e-boy, wasting food for TikTok views, right? then to like TikTok's unoriginality problem, right? He used to make that style of video, but unlike other commentary channels, Noah realized it had leftist politics, and he was like, bro, the state of the world is kind of bad. And he went the way of like the bread tube. Started to critique things more from a political like landscape. Talk about like leftist YouTube is evolving. Right? TikTok radicalization. The debate bro problem. Right? Landlords. Still doing like, you know, this podcast hates women, the manosphere, stuff like that. Still doing that kind of content up until, you know, October 7th. Now it's like Israel's doing war crimes. Like, we have to document them now because that's insane. Right? And now he's like taking a huge hit, like monetarily, from like the algorithmically, right? And even just from like public perception, getting sued by like Ethan Klein because he's standing for things that he cares about, right? And how that's kind of different than the other commentary creators who won't even talk about politics, right? Won't even engage with politics. Politics doesn't exist to them, right? So that's why this video does not, like, commentary is low-key bad, doesn't apply to Noah in that way, right? Because like that shows that he actually cares about stuff.
I've had my own platform and my own collabs and whatnot. I think this little family on the internet is cute sometimes. Like sometimes we do like Palestine fundraisers and raise like hundreds of Ks. Sometimes we do fundraisers for orgs in our own cities and raise money. Things like that, right? We link up and do cute things like that. But for the wider sphere of commentary, when you start getting up there, like in the millions, right? The 10 millions and whatever, it gets a little cliquey and it gets a little Caucasian. You know what I mean? A little...
I mean, that's a little... Putting it down a little bit, it's not a little bit cliquey. It's extraordinarily cliquey. Like...
Gonzalez, a little Curtis Connor, a little Chad. There'll be like those tokens, Jarvis and Jordan, but for the most part, takes will be lukewarm when it comes to aspects of
to be very
material.
I like Jarvis and Jordan. They're cool and they're chill.
Material politic. You know what I mean? A lot of these content creators aren't outside activists, and that's okay. But they aren't outside activists, right? They benefit from the spear, the collective spear or atmosphere of leftism that we kind of move in
into
everyday
this
politics.
I don't think this is like a... Like, I don't think like it's like a very... What do I want to say? Ugh. I don't think this video is meant to be like targeted. It's kind of the point. Yeah, it's not like your faves suck and this is why your faves suck. Unless.
To say the least, liberalism. Diara said, unrelated to current topic, but hearkening back to 7chen, what's your favorite crop to go to? I suddenly started growing sweet potatoes. Potatoes are actually one of the most useful crops you can grow for yourself and for a majority of other people. And I also gotta say, when it comes to gardening, a lot of people think that, you know, gardening is useless, but try to do one harvest and see how much crops you have by the end of the season. You know what I mean? Just try. I very much was disattached to the aspect of leftism to that degree because it was never my field. But as soon as I started doing like outside politics and I saw how community gardens could realistically help food programs and fund food programs, because we blow through like 1,000 every week just for these meals, right? Imagine if those meals were free. Imagine what we could do with that extra 1,000 per week, right? We could start putting that in different programs, putting that in different initiatives, maybe the outside patrol initiatives where we hand out naloxone, which is a life-saving drug that reverses overdoses, and juice boxes and things to that degree, right? You have to think about how you're battling the system by proxy, and that also comes with budgeting, sadly. right? Diressa just laughs in zucchini gardening. But anyways, the specific topic of this live actually surrounds a creator, right? We're not just hopping on and talking about the unanimous spear of leftist politics.
I think I need to learn from this, bro. Like, my streams are way less targeted and focused than this is. You know? But that is before the video. I don't know if we can watch the video the third time. This will be our third time technically in watching this video. And I don't know if I can do it. But that's kind of the idea. But yeah, but I do want to lead into talking about electoralism. There's one Hassan video I wanted to look at. And it's also, there's a view botting thing from Twitch, but it's kind of stupid and dumb. But it's this video that like people are yelling at Hassan about.
Heal if I were.
Kind of leads into the same conversation about like electoralism a little bit. Not as much on the ground organizing, but like slightly. There's a point that I want to make with this. But I know I keep seeing this come on my feed because people are like, Hassan or whatever.
If I were to turn heel, if I were to, become a...
Oh, it's about Hassan explaining why the formation of a third political party is not ideal or realistic right now. Why it's important to work with what we currently have and to build from there. This is from May 2nd, 2026. That's from like last week. Another Hassan take that got Twitter mad. It happens all the time. But I'm curious by this, right? Because I have a slightly different take. I didn't see it. So I am actually curious about where this goes.
An anti-communist, a vicious anti-communist, and still maintain some of the progressive values too. While I'm at it, if I were to become the person that like those on Twitter to my left claim I am right now, I would get 0 hit pieces. Every day would be another Glaze sesh, the Joe Rogan of the left, shepherding young men out of the dangerous pits of radicalization and shepherding them in the direction of the Democratic Party. A man who really wants to save America. Okay? Oh, it would be great. It would be fucking great.
I think people understand that he sees this as his role, and that's why he gets a lot of, that's why he gets defended and attacked. No, I don't think it's necessarily that. I think people do understand that that's how Hassan sees his role. I think it's more a bigger disagreement of like strategy, right? And I think that's way more irreconcilable than like people who think Hassan is like anti-Semitic or racist. You know, I feel like a difference in strategy is significantly more irreconcilable, right? It's so hard to reconcile that. Because we're talking about just like how we proceed in the future. Nobody really knows what the best pathway to go forward is. And so you are going to have a difference in strategy for some things. And that's always going to happen. I think where the frustration with Hassan specifically comes from is that there is literally not there's not another Hassan. Hassan isn't a leader. He is a prompter, and we need that. He makes left appealing. No, Hassan is a leader. That's incorrect. Hassan is not prompter, promoter. I'm dumb. I can't read. But he is a leader. He is a leader on the left. Right? Like he is. No, he is. He is. Like effectively. It doesn't matter what he thinks about this. Like he is a leader. He has the motion. He's the person who's shuffled in front of the cameras. He's the person who's like speaking at events. Who else is the leader if it's not Hassan in this moment? You know what I mean? You say that he's a kingmaker? Not necessarily like a kingmaker, but he's a leader. You don't want that. He said that, and that's okay. It doesn't matter what he wants. Legitimately, it doesn't matter. I'm telling you what the actuality is. It does not matter if Hassan doesn't want to be the leader. He is the leader. That's what he's been created, right? Like he's been pushed to that position, right? It was a position that was bestowed upon him. Right? That's why people ask Hassan to speak at events. That's why people ask Hassan to campaign with them. Because he is a leader. And the only person who doesn't see Hassan as a leader is Hassan at this point. You disagree, he doesn't want that, and that's okay. I get it. You're just incorrect. There's no other way to... Who would you describe as a leader then? Like, what is your criteria for being a leader? Like... And who fits that criteria in your perspective on the left? Drake. That was a funny answer. I wasn't expecting that. What's he leading? At the very least, his 3 million Twitch follower audience, 30,000 people daily. Right? The people at the rallies that he consistently speaks at. Like, the people who show up to rallies to listen to Hassan, people who show up to college events to see what Hassan has to say. Like, the only leaders bigger than Hassan on the left are actual politicians in office. And even then, Hassan eclipses some of them in influence. I feel like he's more of a pundit because he's not actually responsible for anything. Leaders don't have to be like responsible for something particularly. They lead. Like it's in the name. Like they are the people who have to take the reins and like control where the discourse goes. Right? When they speak, people listen. That's what it means to be a leader. He's flying all across the country, doing speaking engagements, and sometimes for politicians, he's a leader whether or not he wants it. Exactly. Like that's the case. So that's something for the 15 months. I don't even remember what my point was with this, by the way. I know it's a very, very, very simple... I'm not saying Hassan is like the chairman of the left or whatever, but he is a leader that people like listen to. Somebody with influence that people like follow. Like that. I don't know how else to describe that. And this isn't a diss on him or chatters. It's simply how things are presented. The media views and treats Hassan as a political leader, acumen for leftist thought. He doesn't want to be that. And in fact, he doesn't have to want that. In fact, he doesn't want it. He stated that time and time again, but it doesn't change how outside sources view him. Exactly. So I can do what he wants. He's grown. We're all growing. We need to stick to our goals. I want communism with American characteristics. No racism, though. Much love. I don't think you're listening to a single word that I'm saying, chatter. I'm being entirely honest. Like, I don't think you're listening to literally a single word that I've said this entire time. Why should others' perception of him force him to be a certain way? I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying either. Okay. I'll reframe it like this. If somebody called Hassan an influencer, and Hassan said, I'm not an influencer, would you say that it doesn't matter if Hassan thinks he's an influencer or not? The fact is that he has influence and he influences people, so therefore he can be like bestow the title of influencer, even if he wants to reject that label. You can call it whatever you want. The fact of the matter is, Hassan is positioned as a voice of influence on the left. That's just what it is. He is positioned as somebody who is listened to on the left. Like that's it. That's how he's positioned. That's how he's spoken about. When he's put in a graphic with other politicians and he's there, that means something. Right? He could not like that. Right? He could try to say that he doesn't want that, and that's fair. I'm not saying that he should take the role as a leader or whatever, right? But I'm saying that that is how he's been positioned. Right? Because he is somebody, when he speaks, people do listen. And that positionality is what people, okay, I remember my point is, that positionality is what people are critiquing when they position or critique Hassan's mechanisms as a leader. But that's why Hassan it is critiqued by what he does and does not do. Because whether or not he wants that or not, whether or not we want that or not, he has that position. Right? And so when we talk about a difference of strategy, right? The reason why it's always such a strict discussion about like what Hassan should or should not or can or cannot do is specifically because there are no other Hassans. There's nobody else in Hassan's position. There's not. And so when people are upset about Hassan not going or supporting a third party or whatever, or upset about Hassan supporting the Democrats, that comes from the fact that Hassan is positioned as a leader, and Hassan's difference in strategy, right, is a disconnect between what their strategy is and what they want specifically. Because there is no other Hassans, right? There are no other people in that position, right? And that's where the frustration comes from. That's why people are frustrated at Hassan specifically. That's what the point that I wanted to make was. But I got stuck on that because people were like, he's not a leader actually. And that's like, that was supposed to be like the given so I can get to my actual point.
I mean, I respond to one of these guys, by the way, here. Hassan's message is vote for the party that did a genocide in Gaza, this inhumans of capitalism, Ojibwa. Okay, hammer and sickle account. I said AIPAC spent $9 million against Corey for calling out Israel's genocide, you fucking moron. I guess you're happy with a servant of Israel occupying this seat, but I am not. Perhaps I should just keep posting about how bourgeois democracy is a dead end for the working class and then wait for a spontaneous revolution to take shape like you are. That guy's ACP, I think. I don't know what it is, but there are a lot of people that don't understand what I'm trying to do. And I explain it all the time, and yet they just don't hear it. I'm a native St. Louisian and Maoist, meaning I'm very critical of electoral politics, to say the least, and I love Corey because she's a fighter for our city and our people who aren't even from here and do no organizing, but denouncing black women organized below by our people, while black people in North STL still sleep in tents, are not helping the communist movement, and they're actually driving black people away from it with constant weirdness. I think so too. But what's really strange is like they don't even fucking understand. Ojibwe is not ACP. He's a Maoist Sakaiist. Oh, Jay Sakai. Respect. Respect. I didn't know. I didn't know we had a Maoist Sakai enjoyer. My mistake. My mistake to the JD Pond constituency.
But I don't know. Okay. So you're all putting a target on their back. We're dealing with fascists. Do you think it's us who are putting a target on Hassan's back? Genuinely. You think like we have to do that by saying Hassan is a leader and not like, I don't know, the tens of thousands of people who daily tune into him, and then Fox News who will then talk about him every single day for the last 3 weeks. I'm not the one claiming that he's the biggest person on the left. Yeah. All I said was that he's a leader. But calling him a leader you are very silly. I'm sorry, you are a silly person. I don't know what else to say. What else to say to you? He is a leader. Or it was a lie? Don't worry, guys. Hassan has 2 viewers. They won't look. They won't look and check for themselves. Everybody, if we all just say Hassan has 2 viewers, they'll believe it. We promise. Good looking for the raid. I don't even know what we're talking about. I was gonna say we're talking about something Hassan, but I don't remember anymore.
Happy 1 year.
He's the largest openly leftist speaker in all of NA. What are we talking about? All I said was that Hassan is a leader, and then chatters for some reason think that I'm getting Hassan attacked or something. I don't know. I just said Hassan is a leader. He's a leader on the left. Mike Lawler is Lawler. It's a dumb name. Is tweeting about him, but you're making him irrelevant apparently. I don't know.
So wrong of me to even respond because he's probably functionally illiterate. So he did not read those words at all. In any case, I make it very clear, okay? I'm not standing in opposition of a communist party in this country, okay? I'm not standing in opposition of building a vanguard in this country. But you have to match up your organizational efforts with where the masses are. Americans self-identify as liberals. Many of them actually do have revolutionary potential that they do not identify with. They do not understand. They don't have the class.
I don't disagree, but I think where a lot of people are drawing an issue, which I can understand, is that when Hassan says you need to match it where people are, people right now are angry and they are upset. Does that make sense? And so I think their frustration is that like they see Hassan as taking their anger and neutering their anger, being like, all right, we're gonna tamp down that anger a little bit, you know, we're gonna put out the anger a little bit, right? To vote for the Democratic Party some more. And they think that if Hassan just woke up and was just like, all right, guys, I know you're angry at the Democrats, we're all leaving, that people will just follow him, right? And I don't think that's the case, which is why I disagree with people who are like, no, you don't understand. We need to keep voting with the DSA, with Democrats, so that in the future, they can do a very clean break and we take over the Democratic Party or whatever. We take all of their support. That's not going to happen either, right? I don't view that as the case in which a third party is going to exist either. You know? And so I think that's a kind of a problem in the way that like the people that he's talking to view this dynamic. I don't think that if Hassan is like, all right, guys, you guys hate the Democrats, go join the Communist Party of America or Communist Party of the United States of America, whatever, CPUSA, that people are going to actually do that, right? Because in my view, that's still a very top-down view of how politics works. Of the Democratic Party and joining the Socialists, but I still realize the change is going to come from the Dems. I don't personally, but like that's my view, right? I think the change is going to come. If there is going to be a third party that it's sprung up, it's not going to come from Hassan being like, or anybody, or even all of us being like, all right, guys, you guys hate the Democrats? Now join the Green Party and we win. Right? Or if it's like, you hate the Democrats, now join PSL. It won't come from that. It won't come from the DSA gaining a bunch of power and then being like, all right, we're splitting off from the Democrats, because that's not happening either. In my view, the only way that a third party can exist in this country is if it's built from the bottom up, right? You have to build it from the bottom up. You have to go and talk to people where they are, get people elected in local office, right? Create and do good policy in local office to show people, hey, I'm a member of the Green Party. I will do things that benefit your life. I'm the member of PSL. I will do things that benefit your life. I'm the member of, I don't know, insert any, whatever, the Flim Flam party I just created. And I believe in fixing your potholes. Vote for the Flim Flam party now. Because once you do that, all across the country, people now trust you some more. Then you're able to win higher level seats, right? Now you can win, instead of just city council seats, right? County commissioner seats, and then general assembly seats, state senate, right? State house of representatives. And then after that, you can start winning state governorships and gubernatorial races, right? And then after that, you can start winning, Senate races in state house races. And then once you have critical mass of these seats in this country, then you can run for the presidency. And then when you have 30% of Congress, right? Now the distribution is 30% Democrats, 30% Republicans, 30% the Green Party. Because you did the actual work to build that infrastructure locally. And now you have a very decent shot of actually winning the presidency from there. Right? But that takes work and effort that you can build in gaining trust from voters from the local level. Right? But where I think some critique is, I think it's fair with Hassan's tactics in general, is that requires, right? What I'm talking about in the local electoral third party apparatus requires support locally, right? In the deepest blue districts, instead of running a progressive Democrat person, you can run a socialist PSL member, right? Or a communist Green Party member or whatever, right? And I think it's fair to want that to happen more. And I guess people are just taking their anger out on Hassan because he's the biggest left-wing voice, which is probably not fair to Hassan, but that's where it comes from, right? But somebody needs to do it in local office. The problem is the people who are critiquing Hassan are also not doing it. And Hassan is focused on getting Democrats elected, so he's technically not doing it either. And so nobody's doing it. And so what are we talking about here at this point, you know? So that's why I think it's silly to get mad at Hassan for not supporting third parties when the third party that exists has 100 seats nationally out of 60,000. You know what I mean? We gotta put the pedal to the metal. You know what I mean? You have to do the work. You have to do the work. Right? You do. You have to do the work. And so I do think, genuinely speaking, I do think that it would be good for Hassan to support third-party candidates in local office like he supports Democrat progressives running for local office. Theoretically speaking, but there aren't many of those. I think that is a failing on the part of like the Green Party. That's my beef with the Green Party. They're just not doing it enough. People act like Hassan wouldn't push a third party if it actually existed, and also think that he could basically create one through an online insane copium, which is online insane copium. You know, this is where I would disagree with you. I don't think Hassan would push a third party if it actually existed. That's where my position is. Which is like, it's fair. He doesn't have to. I just don't think he would. I think if there did exist a third party alternative that was running seats, I think he would focus more on getting more Democrats elected who are progressive, because he views that as more impactful. If it was really viable, you think he wouldn't? Nah. Because again, that would take away from the time getting like an even more progressive Democrat running, right? Because what do you mean by viable? Like, yeah, in a alternate dimension where you skip past the early stages of a third party and they already have like 10% or 20% of Congress, then I think at that point, maybe he would. But before that, I don't think he would. I don't see Hassan like taking a chance on a third party that's smaller to try to bolster it when he could be, right? When he could be like getting progressive Democrats elected. That's Hassan's strategy. I don't think it's inherently wrong. I don't personally fully agree with it, but I think it's a fair. I don't think it's a strategy that's like made up. I don't think Hassan is a grifter. I don't think his strategy is made up. I think his strategy is based in reality. I think it's a thought through strategy, and I think it's fine. I just don't fully subscribe to it, and that's okay. Right? That's why the way I view Hassan is different than the way the people on Twitter view Hassan. Right? I think we have a difference in strategy there. Right? And I think that's fine. That's okay. I think he also sees his strategy in alliance with other strategies. I'm sure. But like, that's why the point I'm making is that that's why people get mad at Hassan. Because they view Hassan as like Hassan's strategy as getting in the way of their strategy. Right? Because they think Hassan can save their third party. And I just don't believe that can happen. I just don't. I think it would help, for sure. I think it would help in a few districts if Hassan co-signed some third-party candidate somewhere, if they existed. I don't know. Like, are there Green Party candidates running in like for some city council races? I genuinely don't know. The people who support that are yelling more about Hassan than telling me about that. You know what I mean? The people who want that to happen are spending more of their time yelling about Hassan than actually telling me if this is happening. So I actually have no idea if there are actually Green Party candidates running for city council. I have no idea if there are Green Party candidates running for the state senate or whatever. Genuinely, I don't. It is a big confusion that electing people is somehow building working class power. In my opinion, it isn't. It's displacing our power into institutions that don't work for us. I mean, I agree with that, for sure. I don't disagree. I'm just saying that if you subscribe to electoralism, then like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. I do think that you should spend more time in actively trying to build and garner worker power. But then again, if you do that, then people are going to say that you're an egotistical black man who should be thrown out of the movement, like Chris Smalls. Just to hear, I'm not American. It's just hard for me to grasp the two-party issue. I agree the song could easily be laid to a viable third-party. Visibility is hard to define and all. I could definitely see him joining later. I probably should. That's kind of the point that I'm overarchingly making. It's not about a third party taking over. It's about a third party exposing the flaws in the bourgeois democracy. like the Eugene Debs run, but like to what end? Like third party exposing the flaws in a bourgeois democracy, like for what? Like what happens after that? You know, like the world just like America wakes up to like bourgeois democracy being like a institution that sets up and enriches like the powerful elites that subscribe to and are bought by lobbyists. And then what happens after that? I don't know. I don't know what follows in that worldview. But if it's like running third parties is actually not about getting third parties to win, I think we're having a different conversation at that point. This conversation is in that groundwork for further movement. But like, do you think that couldn't happen? Or do you think that that's the best way to gain class consciousness? Is just to expose the flaws in bourgeois democracy by running a third party and then losing? Because like we've done that 3 times so far, at least, with freaking Jill Stein. We've seen the Democrats and the Republicans like cheat, get third parties thrown off the ballots, right? Sue to keep ranked choice voting off of the ballots. People aren't waking up to reality from that. Like, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, right? Expecting different results. Maybe we have to try something a little bit different. Now, I don't think third parties is the best path for that. Did I agree? I agree with you on that. My point is that if you want a third party to exist, it's not going to come from the top down in any regard. It's not. You're not going to do the DSA clean break from the Democratic Party. One, because DSA is not going to do that. Let's be entirely real. But 2, it's not even going to work. Right? 2, it's not going to come from a third party just winning the presidency. That's also not going to happen. That's not going to work. And then 3, it's also not going to come from Hassan just being like, I'm a Green Party member now, support the Green Party. It's also not going to work. You have to start low level and locally. And maybe I'm biased, but maybe start with the 70% of elections in this country that are uncontested. Let me know if I'm crazy about that. Maybe potentially start with the 70% of uncontested races in this country. People who are running against themselves as incumbents with no challenger. The Green Party the biggest third party? No, actually, it's not. Not even close. It's actually the Libertarian Party. The Libertarian Party is like magnitudes larger than the Green Party is, by far. And that's kind of crazy. That's kind of wild. They're not a left-wing party, though, so we don't really count them because they suck. But they do win seats. They do win seats and they do hold seats. But the conservatives and liberals and that, 100%. They win local seats. They do. And they're annoying on Twitter. But like, leftists have half of the equation there. Leftists have one half of the equation. They're like, oh, the Libertarian Party is annoying on Twitter and they win seats. Let's just take the annoying on Twitter part. Let's just take that part. Let's just do that part. Instead of actually winning seats. Just win some seats, please. Please. Run people, butts in seats. Run against uncontested incumbents. And that is something that I do think Assange could potentially, and maybe should, help out with. Right? Instead of like throwing energy in like highly contested primary race of the Democratic Party, I don't know, it'd be useful to highlight a few every now and then, like uncontested seats that are being primaried by like a PSL member. Winning local seats run into the same problem as institutional backlash? No. Actually, it will not. Because there are 60,000 of them. They literally cannot outspend in every single district in the entire country. There are 60,000 seats. And 70% of those 60,000 are uncontested. We're talking about in like rural states, in your communities. You can probably, maybe you look it up, I don't know. But you can probably look it up and see, like, I guarantee you, in the districts surrounding you, there's probably 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 seats of an incumbent that has been running against themselves for the last 12 years. Would you be interested in running? Eventually. Not anytime soon, I'm going back to school. I'm fascinated to learn why they don't run more in these uncontested races. Because they don't know about them. That's if all 6,000 people run for office, right? I mean, not necessarily, because most of those, like, 30% are contested already. So if we do a little bit of math, here. 60,000 times 0.7. That leaves 42,000 seats that are technically uncontested in all levels of government. Right? This includes things like the school board. This includes things like the city council and the county commissioners. This includes things like sheriff's elections. This includes things like district judges. Right? Comptrollers. The freaking city accountants. Right? This is all levels of government. Water commissioner, you name it. Yes. 40,000 of those seats are people who just run against themselves and win. Year over year over year. Because the uncontested seats and share with leftists so everyone can find someone in their cities or run themselves. I'm working on something for that. I am working on it, chat. For those of you who don't know, I brought this up last year. I think it was last year. But I am working on something that makes it easy to find uncontested seats. It is a lot of work done. And I don't get paid for it. So it's completely unpaid. But I am working on it. Essentially, it would be like a little like dashboard that you can log into. And you can put in like your zip code and where you live. And it'll give you the electoral history for your entire district. Who won, how long they held their seats, what policies they ran for. It'll give you like a breakdown of like how to find volunteers, how to phone bank. It'll be like a one-stop shop of like, I want to run for office. There'll be a crowdfunding site for things like that. I probably could like put like a Kickstarter or something up. I don't freaking know. But right now it's a lot of data collection. Right now it's a lot of data collection. I'm just collecting a lot of data. Because every single state has its own state election data system. And so even just collecting the data and then translating that into a like a huge like matrix or like database that I can refer to takes a lot of time. Have you built the UI or you are racist? I'm not even there yet at this point. I've built like I've wireframed it out a bit. And I've built the database up and the schema up for the database. And right now I'm just collecting the data. So technically speaking, here's what I'll say. Technically speaking, I have a nonprofit. It is a 501c3. And so technically speaking, if you have money that you don't want to pay to the government in taxes, and you wanted to help fund this site, I could put the link to donating to that site somewhere. Eventually at some point. But it is something I'm working on. I don't want to take money from people until I know that I have the time investment to do so. But I am working on it. But yeah, it's been stuck in my mind. 70% of elections are uncontested. 70% of elections, every election cycle, are uncontested. This is crazy. Because you're like calling out the Fetterman stroke narrative. Chris Rabb Kennedy on John Fetterman. First thing to understand about Senator Fetterman is he ran. Then he's an asshole. That's crazy. He engaged in populist cosplay at the expense of the people. It has nothing to do with him having a stroke. It's because he's an asshole. Okay, actually, I appreciate this. It's actually a good thing. He just talked to FD because he's talked about building tools that want to find ways to have people organize locally before. Can we help with data collection? I mean, if you want to for your district, just download the gosh darn data. Electoral data. I don't know. I just didn't know what formats they come in. I don't know. I've been doing North Carolina because I live in North Carolina. That's what I started with. North Carolina, and then I went to California. And so, since I'm paid for now, maybe you can incorporate progress into your master's work. Maybe. That's what I'm hoping. I also may want to start writing some grants so I can start using the grant money to hire somebody, maybe a data scientist, to actually start doing the data analysis. Because I can build the site myself. Crazy thing about being a developer. But like, it is a lot of work. I wasn't impressed with him ever. The fact that he was running, with the fact that when he was running, he was for marriage equality. He wanted to legalize adult use cannabis, and he believed in prison reform. I'm not. I'm like, you're supposed to be for those. You're supposed to be for those things. You're a Democrat. It's not particularly impressive in Philadelphia. A lot of people meeting me for the first time say, "I like what you're doing, but how do I know you're not going to break my heart too?" My response is, Fetterman had tweets. I had receipts. Oh wait, I think we saw this. But he said the same thing in Hassan's stream. I have receipts. I have a decade of legislative track record. I'm on the record for every single issue you can imagine. Yeah. I think people keep like, I think it's very easy to like position John Fetterman as, you know, failing because he had a stroke. Because then you don't have to actually engage with like the fact that like he threw the left under the bus of his own volition. He did not just become like reactionary. He was already reactionary, and there were signs. So Chris Rabb is correct about this. I think Rabb would be like if Fetterman is wild. First off, he's black. This is true. Fetterman would chase him across the street with a shotgun. It's crazy how we got away with that, by the way. You know who else got away with that, by the way? Joe Biden. Joe Biden also got away with that. Architect of the crime bill. No backlash for it. Because all he had to do was just like, I'm going to do a black vice president. Give me money. Guy said he would vote for him, though. Joe, you ain't black Biden. To be fair, that was funny. I like that. That made me laugh when I saw it. He said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. And I'm like, that's kind of funny. That's funny. So some collaboration after the site. How together can help finding candidates with the nonprofit doing fundraising on the site. I also want to have a not a forum, but like a connection section where like if you are in a specific district, certain like on the ground organizations can like sign up to like try to connect with like would-be politicians and like get endorsements and be like, hey, I read through your platform. I actually endorse you through this like this platform, and like can you do the connection through there? There's a lot that I have planned. How's that really thing going? You know, don't have the answer. Look at you guys. This is actually the last day that it said on the website. Yeah, it says to have your thing in by May 8th. So it's today. Was my chat put icerr.com together pretty quickly. I know they love to collab if you need. Yeah. What happens? Oh wait, South Carolina doesn't have one. Unfortunate, but North Carolina does, baby. Wait, where's this one? Hey, I got it right. This is Mecklenburg County. W. What about this one? That's Franklin. Where's Wake? No. 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 There it is, right here. There it is. I know. I used to live there. North Carolina is a leader. We use Siembra, North Carolina materials and guidance very frequently. W. We out there in North Carolina. North Carolina actually has a very, very strong activist base. It's pretty cool. Timber rules, I want to meet them. I actually don't know them. I can ask to see if I know somebody who knows them, though. I will say the what's it called? I don't remember what I was gonna say. How did we get here? Oh, third parties. The Hassan clip. Well, that's what I wanted to say. I just wanted to use it as an excuse to talk about uncontested races. Please check in your area to see if there is an uncontested race you could run and you could very easily win. I promise you, I don't know, freaking Abigail, Washington, in Ohio 3rd District, right, who ran for the Columbus, Ohio, that's what it is, City Council or whatever, who's ran there for 15 years, unopposed, can be contested and won against. I don't know. It's possible. There's no uncontested races in SoCal or Bay Area. I think there probably is. Just not for like anything crazy. But I think if there was any that weren't uncontested, it would probably be in California. But I think there probably is, because it's for all state levels. Some you might not qualify for though. Like sometimes like there are some that are like district judges. Their positions you need to be an attorney for. Obviously, you need to have passed the bar, and so if you haven't been to law school, you haven't passed the bar, you probably can't do that one. But there are some that you probably do qualify for, and it is thankless work a lot of the time. But like that's how you change the world. You see money, talent, skills, resources, network, good looks, language, and money. Other than that, it's easy. Okay, to be fair, you could probably win a General Assembly seat by accident. Because the funniest thing would be happening, because I think I saw it happen one time. It's like, there was a case that I saw that I looked into. I was researching this. The incumbent didn't register for re-election. And so they weren't on the ballot. And so there was only one person on the ballot, and it was the person who actually registered on time, and they actually won. This is like a decade ago though, so like 10 years ago. It's possible. It's possible. You can do it. Anyway, I have to use the bathroom. Here, watch this.
Consciousness first and foremost, and they don't have the political education. Okay? You have to first build the awareness. And then you have to move in the direction of action, organizing to engage in action. Okay? Saying start building it is unbelievably stupid. There is no better mechanism of building a mass movement than using the largest megaphone readily available through the election system. Many of you prior to 2016 did not know what socialism was, and many of you who are now critical of Bernie Sanders are totally oblivious to what American socialism looked like prior to 2016. These things take time, okay? There is no spontaneous revolution. It doesn't work that way. This is by my estimations, this is the most viable route for agitation and most viable route.
Or I could have let you with Contra. I closed Contra Boys. No, I didn't. It's right here.
Because
I could have let you with the Contra Boys
have an
video again.
inspiring
You're
message.
right. How did I forget? How did I forget? Anyway, that's it. I may be live later playing some freaking gosh darn Magic the Gathering later on. So look out for that. Now that I think about it, I probably won't run. Maybe I will run, but I'd rather teach. Who's with me? Lord Eastwood, thank you for the 9 months. John for mayor of LA. These should teach first, run later. Then I'll be all old and stuff. I teach for 30 years. But once I leave school, okay, should I get my master's degree and then teach? Or should I get my master's degree going straight into my doctorate? Get my doctorate degree, which is 3 years later, I'll be 31 years old and then teach. I teach for 4 years, then I'll be 34, then I can run for president as a doctor. Eh? Depends on how you feel the moment after your master now. I guess. Ugh. You could just skip the master's, go straight to the PhD. I cannot do that because I didn't get into the PhD program. Okay, no need to rub it in my face, chatter. Anyway, I'll take a gift sub to wallow in my sorrow. Is there one gifted sub here? Graduated with my bachelor's tomorrow. W. Congratulations. I graduated with my bachelor's 3 years ago because I'm old. Apply to many programs. Listen, chatter. I don't just want me to tell you, but programs are closed. Also, I just won't pay it back. I mean, I definitely will pay back my loans. What? Nah, I've already established that I'm dying with debt. This already has your master's. You have the kind of vibe? Unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. Who's Troy Jackson? Oh. They endorsed, Maine DSA endorsed Troy Jackson for governorship, apparently. It's also, it says, this seems bizarre. Is he a DSA member? Is he even a socialist? I think endorsements are so weird. Watching this not torture for you? Oh, it hasn't even played yet. This has been playing for 11 minutes and I've seen 0 seconds of it. I only play this when I leave screen. So only chat has seen it. Like, people don't get into doctoral programs in their first year of applying, and pretty much no one does. When they apply to one program, most deadlines have already closed. I just turned it now. I didn't watch it, so chat knows how it is. I have no idea how it is. Do you think California endorsed Steyer? I think endorsements are so weird, right? Because, like, I don't know, bro. Like, are you even getting anything? Are you even being promised anything for your endorsement? It feels like you're just being a good little sheep a little bit, you know? Not to sound like disrespectful. And I don't even hate Tom Steyer. Like, I think Tom Steyer's fine. Like, he's cool. Like, I think he's like I think he's the best option for California, honestly. But like, you gotta get something for it, right? Like, you get any promises, any concessions? I was introduced because like endorsements from AOC to say he's a fake progressive. To be fair, I've also seen things from people who live in, like, progressives who live in San Francisco who don't like shortcut either. So I don't know. I don't know shortcut. Yeah, they exist. I think if they win, you get another person in your coalition. No, that's not. I mean, that's kind of like silly, because you're not an organization doing an endorsement. You're just basically like a guy or a group of people. You know, it's like, as an org, at the very least, you have to have communications with, like, the people you're endorsing, right? Maybe they do. Maybe the California DSA has met with, like, Steyer and was like, hey, we want these things, and he said yes. Because, like, I don't know. I don't know, bro. I don't know. It's weird. It feels weird. Thought that was implied. Sometimes it's not. Genuinely, it's just like, who's the best person for this race? Oh, we'll endorse that guy. Instead of being like, hey, we want to endorse you, but we require these things. Right? That's what organizations do nowadays. And I know, because I've seen it happen. They don't get any concessions, any promises. It's just like, I don't know. It's hard to explain. Also, I'm tired. So thank you for watching. I'm gonna go sleep or something. Bye, YouTube chat. I'm gonna go lay down.